So I wanted to use my 15 minutes as briefed to talk about some architectural details, how they affect life. And I don't want to sound like I'm airing a lot of grievances, but I stop with one thing that has annoyed me for years, which is when I'm visiting large events, big museums, biennales. I always see a queue of women in front of the toilets, whilst the men just walk straight through. And like here on the left is the Vatican, on the right is the Louvre in Paris, Versailles, in Versailles, or here the Tretyakov theater. And the reason is that architects are always and have always assigned the same footprint, architectural footprint, to female and male toilets, totally disregarding that they are used differently and that this floor space is equipped differently with urinals, etc. And so, speaking to architects, I like to remind you to maybe think differently about that the footprint of men's and women's toilets should not be the same. Obviously, now there is also a new discussion about non-gendered bathrooms. The time is running. Maybe my interest in architecture has to do with my interest in surfaces. I've had this long interest in the surface of things as being not just superficial, but actually being quite deep. And ultimately, the surface is what we can see, what we can study. And I believe that one can understand the nature of things by studying the surface, because everything that is man-made and designed looks the way it is for a reason. And for example, here on the right, this particular pavement pattern in King's Cross Station in London is, I mean, one of the most sort of clear and vocal descriptions of the attitude behind the design. Or here on the left, an anti-homeless device in Tokyo. And aggression in architecture can be as obvious as those anti-homeless devices, which are literally and directly aggressive against humans. But when living in London and seeing the Shard being built, I don't know how many years ago that is now, I guess in the mid-2000s, late 2000s, and this sort of spike in the sky appearing, I couldn't think of anything else but somehow a spike and aggressive shape. It also has its merits from some angles, but I think this sort of direct correlation of the attitude behind the building and the way it looks. It should be obvious, but it seems to sometimes get overlooked. This is a bench that I love from the New York subway system. It's all over the subway system, and it's and they are being removed now, and which I regret, because the way they are built, they should last probably another 200 years, and it's this, even though maybe today economically it may not be possible to use such solid wood for a public bench, but I'm interested to think about how can the qualities of what you experience when sitting on a bench like that, how can the experience be maybe created with new materials that are sustainable or cheap, but durable and age well. When I did this project, book for architects, which is a projection of 500 slides, pictures, compositions on 2 screens over the course of 40 minutes, I very much was interested in looking at what architecture really looks like as it is built and then used by people, and how things age, and often things age very differently. And this is a good example, or this shelf, I forgot where it is, but it's a public bathroom, and I thought it's so interesting to use solid wood and carved almost like in an extruded way, and I feel that what I like about these things is, I guess, that they have texture. Texture is, of course, tactile, but it is also something the eye gets caught in, or thoughts can get caught in or can get triggered. For example, in bathrooms, nowadays, when there's a pipe, usually it gets boxed in, but not just where the pipe is, but just all across the wall. And I love this this bathroom, this sink. It must be English, I think, and how somebody made the effort to just box in this tiny little corner, and you know, it's just something, you know, some might say it's messy, but I find it basically reminds me of, well, the messiness of life or the unresolvedness of corners. It's better to sometimes pronounce it, and this texture makes that bathroom, that sink, I find more interesting. And these are this is a house in La Palma, one of the Canary Islands off the coast of Morocco, and it's an old public library, and it has this incredible assortment of different tiles, and I guess, I mean, this is on the one hand over the top, but I mean, I'm not really a fan of pointless ornament, but I guess with tiles, it seems just so such a minimal effort to use many different ones, and today, at least in most places where I travel or go to, this is just what the floors look like, and I wonder, what this lack of texture does, no? That the eye just doesn't get anything to get caught, to rest on, to get tickle the nerves, to have an interesting thought, to be surprised. This is something I love in architecture is patios. This is the same building in La Palma in Spain, and I guess it's just such a wonderful experience to have the sky inside, sort of inside and outside of a building. In this case, it went down through 2 floors. And I have a fascination for how people use buildings, and how they make do with what architecture has not provided. This is the staff entrance of the National Museum of Modern Art in Osaka in Japan. And on a rainy day, this stairwell at the staff entrance is used as this drying spot for umbrellas. So it's it's always good to think about how is something actually used rather than what is the imagined, or what is the picture that is then going to be built. Because often, I guess, architecture is the translation of a picture into a built reality, and this how that then works in real life is very different. On the right is a picture from Moscow, which I called Device Control from 2005. A preemptive device, and on the left is a detail in St. Petersburg, 2014. And I mean, it's kind of a real life Centre Pompidou, turning the the wirings and the pipes of a building inside out, but in an uncontrolled way over years. And I wonder how many of these cables are still live. And I mean, I guess this, of course, one can't deliberately build, but of course, it's a picture of life. If one built that like that, which one can't, it would look probably also stupidly ornamental. But I take great pleasure in things like that. And yeah, my last minute is coming up. A inbuilt bench. I forgot where this is, but it's kind of, on the one hand, it's beautiful. This like, it's the very image of aging, no? of aging not so well, or of material getting brittle, and yeah, always think about what these things feel like in 5 years, in 10 years, in 20 years. I think that's super generous to think about what is this material going to look like in 20 years, because from my experience, I'm 51 now, 20 years do pass. You will experience them, and they come by quicker sometimes than one thinks, and make nice views. And with this beautiful view of a tunnel in Japan. Oh, my timer runs. Yeah, it was nice. I don't know if it was nice to talk to you, but what should I do now? Stop sharing. And
theory. It seeks out approaches and plots trajectories from a position close to the ground. We must move past our disgust to work with the dirt. This is an imperative for coping with our dusty, dirty, defiled world. To think with it, not against it. Dirt never emerges from nowhere ex nihilo, but from beneath your feet, from under your fingernails, from encounters and relations, and from the accumulated things that compose any mode of life. A life is dirty, messy, buffeted by contingencies. What was once sacred and revered in the next moment may well be expelled as abject, judged to be without sense, useless noise. The dirty theorist follows the materials, tracks the soiled effluent, observing from where it came and the direction that it appears to be taking. She is unafraid of selecting at will from the sedimented archive of knowledge. When you do a Google search for images of dirt, apart from a block of digitally manufactured Minecraft dirt, you are presented with an astonishing number of images of hands holding up loose clumps of earth, the kind of earth you could imagine growing seedlings in, handfuls of earth and fields of freshly tilled soil, drawing attention to an immediate tension embedded in this concept and material, dirt. Dirt arouses disgust, prompting cleanup jobs, at the same time as proving fundamental to the very sustenance of the human species, let alone its non-human companions. We need dirt more than we need gold, as the artist Claire Pentecost has argued in her project Soil Erg for the 2012 Documenta event, where fresh dirt littered with seed is moulded into gold bullion bars to make a point. Thinking with dirt means thinking with local and global environment worlds under duress. No locale rests outside the infiltrations of dirt. And if you don't see the dirt in front of you, good and bad, it is because it is being collected, held, and managed elsewhere. The problem is that even to undertake a friendly local cleanup job is to risk the collateral damage of social cleansing. Gentry fictionalizations that sweep the dirt of gender, race, and class under the carpet. Dirt, dirty theory, material relation, conceptual construct. There is nothing new about this wayward approach I call dirty theory. It's been well handled. It's rather grubby. It mixes disciplines and invites indisciplination. Ben Camkin and Rosie Cox explain that dirt slips easily between concept, matter, experience, and metaphor. It gets into the gaps, troubling the distinctions by which we attempt to order and control the world. Dirty theory further suggests practices that challenge a status quo, moving either too quickly to get the dirt on something or someone, or else too slowly, taking the time to watch things grow, taking the time to pay attention, even pausing to make a fuss when a fuss is what is warranted. Dirty theory seeks support in the emergence of the environmental humanities and intersects with what has come to be called feminist new materialism. Dirty theory is distinctly post-humanist in its tendencies and its tentacles toward more entangled human and more than human worldly relations and practices of worlding, including an acceptance of everyday contaminations. We are always in the shit. We cannot presume to be looking at it from a privileged position high above or from a position that is omniscient and thus nowhere. Dirty theory places us in it, where we already are, groping darkly about. Dirt, it might be assumed, is anathema to technology, but the life cycle of technological products depends on the extraction of resources, the environmental mess of industrial effluence, and the designed obsolescence of technological things that anticipate a future incarnation as trash. Dirt and architecture, beyond the uptight habits of the archetypal heroic architect's will to purification and hygiene, admits sly allegiances here and there. David Adjay's dirty house dabbles in dirt, Catherine Schoenfeld's transient installations dig deeper, and Jennifer Bloomer's dirty ditties and dirty drawings conspire to imagine architecture otherwise. And more recently, Rania Gozan and El Hadi Yazari's illustrated geostories have a lot to tell us about rethinking dirt. Dirt likewise concerns our critical cares and how we might think and move and practice with architecture and urbanism for a broken planet. Juliana Preston, for example, drawing on the work of the performance artist Mel Ukeles and her Maintenance Art Manifesto, shows how dirty theory might help architecture practice ordinary gestures of care, repair, and maintenance. An orientation toward dirt is a way of challenging the norms of disciplination. Dirty theory is wary of the strictures of disciplination, preferring instead indisciplination, a wayward approach to problems. It's scattergun, if not scatological. Dirty theory appropriates and critically, knowingly misappropriates, because ideas do not belong to singular authors, and ideas open themselves up to thievery. Dirty theory, the dirty theorist, and the theory slut herself are not very respectable, rational, or reasonable figures. The preferred approach here is one of something like a groping experimentation, prehending it, trying not to grasp it too hard. To be respectable, after all, means to have accepted and internalized the status quo, where everything and everyone is so very agreeable. But it is the anthropologist Mary Douglas who famously offers the neatest definition of dirt. Dirt is matter out of place, matter located where it is judged not to belong, but judged as such by someone, or rather judged by some societal context, organised around societal norms and structures. Douglas explains that this simple formula directs us toward order and then the contravention of ordered relations. Dirt is that which crosses boundaries, challenges decorum, contravenes norm. The low, the reduced, the underfoot, the despised, the rejected, the expelled are at the same moment the accumulated ground upon which the powerful steady themselves in order to reach the rarefied heights. Dirt carries material and conceptual weight. It is part of the stuff of all manner of corporeal relation, and it is also symbolic. Dirt registers the conjunction of the material semiotic. It invokes unholy mixtures of concepts and materials, of words and what matters. Jennifer Bloomer, theorist and architect, puts it plainly: the world and the language are all entangled around each other. Donna Haraway, philosopher of science, speaks of tentacular thinking and storytelling and of projecting an alternative vision of our current epoch under the title Chulethene or Chthulethene. Offended that, yet again, the figure of man as designated by the anthropos is used as primary marker of the Anthropocene, Haraway counters this conceit with her denomination of the Chthulethene. Dirt participates in the hybrid, the monstrous, and the improper. And Haraway's alternative figure resembles nothing Vitruvian. No such perfect human figure. The Chthulethene is more terrifyingly Medusa-esque, with tentacles and slippery multiplying limbs. It is a counter-figure that is supported by a counter-narrative, able to collapse temporal matrices to tell other stories. It disrupts hierarchies and plunges us into the dirt, the slithering of worms, the haptic graspings of tentacles, the mucky celebration of multi-species non-human relations. Haraway argues we get dirty because, and I quote her, we need a hardy, soiled kind of wisdom, unquote, if we hope for worldly, human and non-human recuperation. Dirty theory is a reminder that theories are good for nothing, unless they are bound up with the muck of mundane relations on the ground, with the kind of environmental things that are increasingly at stake today and will be at stake tomorrow and have already been at stake. Make a mud map, find your way through the dirt. The temporalities of dirt take us all the way from property rights to a call for the commons and a return to practices of commoning, getting dirty together. These are what Maria Puig de la Bella Casa calls soil times. Dirt is in the body, the home, the environment, and in all that we share and divide. At its best, dirty theory could participate in the imagining of new modes of getting messy together, accepting our messmates are more than human relations. Dirt demands that we listen to the environment worlds in the midst of which we lose and find ourselves, becoming and unbecoming. Dirty theory is concerned with discovering new ways of getting along with each other, that challenged fixed categories, that track a diagonal and even a zigzag course across taxonomic charts to invent new kinds of territories. Most powerfully, following the dirt can be a creative movement, a profound relationship with our local environment worlds. Mary Douglas opens up a glimmer of hope, reminding us that from our multifarious situated engagements with dirt as subject matter and approach, something creative may yet be fostered. She asks, how does dirt, normally condemned as destructive, become creative? She writes, in its last phase then, dirt shows itself as an apt symbol of creative formlessness, but it is from its first phase that it derives its force. The danger which is risked by boundary transgression is power. Those vulnerable margins and those attacking forces which threaten to destroy good order represent the powers inherent in the cosmos. Ritual which can harness these for good is a harnessing power indeed. That, then, is the story of dirty theory and the dirty theorist. And now I bid you good night. ready.
Good. Thank you for inviting me today. Hello, everyone. My name is Anne Holtrop. I'm an architect. I'm based in Amsterdam and in Bahrain, in Mogarek, with my studios. And today I will introduce to you briefly the research and the practice work that we're doing on material gesture. The idea behind material gesture is to shift the focus towards the process of working with the material and the unique gestures that it dictates. And with material gesture, we seek to find an expression of architecture as a result of intervening in the process of making. Most of our material experiments, which you can see here on the slide as well, relate to altering matter in its fluid state before it sets and hardens. The way the material flows and forms against the boundaries of sand, textile, partial formwork, and the space it is made in all become aspects that express the change of material states and define the form of architecture. The construction of my first works brought my attention to the building sites, the craftsmanship and the building techniques. And I realized that to think a building in concrete is very different than the act of doing it. I realized that as architects, we might mostly think in form and not in the possibilities of working the material directly itself. And in Bata in 2012, which you see here on the slide, I started exploring the casting of material directly without any plan beforehand. We found a contractor and we started digging in the sand, and the excavations we casted in a pigmented concrete, recording and fixating, you could say, the reliefs of the land onto the concrete elements. The manner in which the material flows and forms against the boundaries of the dark sand became an aspect that expresses the change of the material state and defines the form of the architecture. Robert Macfarlane wrote in his book Underland, "To discover is to reveal by excavation." We didn't know what to expect when we excavated the casts. The process determined the form. We explored and modeled in my studio as well the characteristics of casting in loose sand material, and were fascinated by the accuracy of the recordings in the casts. Here you can see the imprints of all the gestures from digging in the sands, and the other side shows the flowing and the solidifying of the casted materials, the gestures, you could say, of the material itself. And with photographer Bas Prinsen, in which I collaborated at that time for almost all of the work, we started arranging these casts to make a first idea of architecture with it. An archaic architecture inspired by Petra in Jordan, which we had visited that year as well together. The work has an intrinsic relationship with its sites. Not site in the context we usually consider, as in the view, the vegetation, or the relationship to a built environment, but rather site from a geological perspective, how the landscape is formed, what the ground consists of, and how it is changing. It is that idea of sites that I want to bring forward in the cast and the construction of the architecture. I will show you now a project we are doing in Bahrain that is currently under construction. This is the Green Corner building, which will be an art archive and storage building for the Sheikh Ibrahim Center. And the Sheikh Ibrahim Center in Bahrain is a non-profit organization for the preservation of cultural heritage. The building floor plan, as you can see on this slide, is very slim and has two identical sized rooms and a core in between. The plan is very shallow in depth and has one long main facade with two short end facades. And with the shallow depth of the plan, the facade itself with its windows and its walls is the main spatial element. And the facade is made out of sand-casted structural wall and floor elements casted on the ground directly next to the building. And each cast, each act of producing an element of this building results in a unique imprint on its element. At the position of the windows and the corners of the building, the relief is visible as a geological cut in the ground. At the start, my collaborators started digging themselves in the sand on the sides next to the building to find ways of bringing reliefs in the sandy soil of the site. It is a very efficient way of making because we only need the formwork to make the boundaries of the elements themselves. And afterwards, the elements are lifted by a crane and placed on the building, on its location for the building. And the floor slabs are casted in the same way and placed on top of the walls. And with structural engineer Mario Menotti, we came up with a very simple welded connection to link the elements structurally together. I find this photo one of the most beautiful moments in the process, where the sand on which we have casted becomes the site again, and the process of forming a building within it can be repeated. As you can see, the building is fully under construction and full with scaffolding, so I unfortunately today cannot really show you what the end result will be like, but I can show you a similar building, which is the Caesarea Souk, which we explored another side of this technique, where we made actually the boundaries of sands, resulting in this kind of almost cut stone kind of forms. In the Green Corner building, all doors and shutters in front of the windows will be made in sand-casted aluminium. And here you see the entrance door of the building, measuring roughly 3 by 3.5 meters in size. We had started a research in Bahrain through the focus on a single material, in this case aluminium. And the research was done together with the photographers and filmmakers Amin Linka and Julia Bruno and curator Noor Al-Sayer. Our first outcome we showed in 2016 at the Venice Architecture Biennale, titled Places of Production, Aluminium. The first aluminium smelter in the Gulf region was inaugurated already end of the 60s in Bahrain and is today the 4th largest single-site smelter in the world. The smelter was initiated in Bahrain as an effort to diversify the economy from its reliance on oil by broadening the industrial infrastructure, although incidentally heavily relying on the oil industry and its byproducts, of course, for the energy that is needed. At roughly the same time, standardized products of construction, such as window frames, cladding panels, and others also made an entry into the island and progressively infiltrated all aspects of the construction process. And here you see, for instance, on the right side, the old man that had a workshop, first started working with wood and steel, and now aluminium is his base material. And today, aluminium cladding of high-rises and towers in Bahrain, and is increasingly its contemporary expression of its architecture. With the presence of the smelter, you could say aluminium became a vernacular material, and we wanted to add to this, let's say, to explore the craftsmanship and the related specialisms that we could relate to aluminium casting and introduce this to the island as well as a potential of the material. With an art foundry, Boudewijn Kemner, which I worked with for some time in the Netherlands, we discussed the sand casting idea of the concrete of the building and how this could be used in aluminium casting. The main difference is that the concrete is casted solid, whereas in metal casting, the volume is hollow. On this photo, you can see the bottom layer of the sand in which we had dug the form. A 1 centimeter thin layer of silicon, which will be the actual cast in aluminium. And then you see in gypsum a support mold, the temporary support mold lifted up. With the silicon form, the mold can be made, which is also made in sand, in metal casting. And you see that on the right side, which is a kind of chemically bound sand in which aluminium is casted and the mold then is broken. And the resulted cast has in a way the same characteristics as the concrete, with all the traces of the sand and the digging in it, but it comes together with the use of yellow to blue of the different temperature developments when the aluminium is cooling down in the molds. And here you see the first element we had casted with the foundry and was shown at the Seoul Architect Biennial last year. And this cast being hollow, we place counter to the orientation of the relief of the concrete. You see then the positive and the negative cast of the sides in one view together. Here, I wanted to conclude with showing what we do at the ETH in one slide, where we started in 2018 the research on material gesture. And we explore this by sometimes single material investigations like gypsum or stone. Sometimes we take a site as the starting points, and in other occasions we use man-made materials like synthetic materials derived from oil. And I would like to conclude with this brief and quick introduction on the material gesture. I believe that when all aspects of the material are taken into consideration, its geology, the way it is sourced, its affiliated industry, its different properties, the craftsmanship associated with it, its specialized fabrication techniques, and its cultural significance, the full potential of its inherent qualities of the material and the ways of working with it can be deployed. And the aim of this approach is ways that link with one another production aspects such as the application techniques, formwork or casting methods, material performance, composites, reuse, structural techniques, etc. By intervening in the process of making, new potentials for material performance and new possibilities for its applications are revealed. The formal expression of this process is a result, a consequential outcome of a way of making, rather than predefined images. Thank you all for listening to this brief introduction.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Erika Nakagawa. My office is located in Tokyo. Thank you to everyone who has prepared this occasion and to my friend Guillermo. Today I'm going telling a new vernacular. Sorry. We are always thinking on a large scale. To say simply that we make not only inside of the site, but also its surrounding environment. At the beginning of we consider the range of the surrounding environment that affects the architecture as well as within the boundaries. And a model of the newly defined site is a way of thinking about architecture continue to the city. This is a project to renovate the warehouse rooftop into the plaza. I study how to make a place on this roof in the environment by making not only the roof but also the wall building and the adjacent buildings. For each project, we change the material and the scale of the site model. This project, a house built in a residential area of Tokyo, where wooden houses are in the beginning, we all think about what kind of structure we should create there, then put a model of the structure only. In order to express the atmosphere of the and garbage storage. To concretely express the nature of the alley, we also make laundry, gutters, plants, bicycle. The site is in old town of Suzhou, China. The city evokes the accumulation of hundreds of years of time. Black tile and white painted wall, texture and stone floors, atmosphere. The request the client was the create of a guest house that opens with respect to surrounding historical landscape. The distinctive tiles are the bent part of the bending straw. There were cobblestone in the city, so this one is made of scratched cardboard to represent them. Various types of cobblestone express of ways and atmosphere of life of the people living in the city while also be expressed. Because it was the side of the cliff part of the edge of the height difference, we also made buildings around the street. The emphasis was on how to make the green, including the green that was without being developed at the edge, not in the premises but in the next. Even in the case of short-term workshop and studio tasks, we practice the studio of using such models as the most important tools and the attitude to slowly making even the site. This model was created in February of this year when I conducted a design studio of 2 weeks at UTS. A model of a typical Japan. It is a model of an alley in the town called Nishitobe, which has a various height difference. It is a model of a flat terrain called Kishima. We started the studio by thoroughly observing the array of tools and modeling them. The concept of the studio is vernacular is a word that originally means indigenous or natural occurring. Therefore, vernacular architecture, which is unique building, is often created by the activity and accumulation of wisdom of human living in old village and private houses. There was also a time when the architecture created by architects was positioned as the opposite of vernacular. But is it true? Space in modern architecture is like a movable package, constantly duplicated anywhere in the world. On the other hand, I would like to describe architecture as something that is rooted in the land and inseparable from the site. Architecture is territorial experience that is continuous with the neighborhood, increasing its value by interacting with the surrounding environment. In my office, we consider the architecture as a territorial and aim for a more unique architecture that involves the charm of the site. Territorial requires site-based threshold, have the depth of threshold between the environment as if it is a huge vernacular architecture. We call the threshold that has the depth rooted on the site territorial depth. For each project, creating a physical site model with different scale, different materials, different concreteness is a preparing exercise for designing the territorial depth on the site. Project realized by practicing such a hypothesis. This is a worldview. The fence is existing, the wood is also existing, and the roof is newly constructed. The site of Momoyama House is about 30 minutes by the express from Tokyo and 10 minutes walk by a local station. It is an old construction site that is cut from the mountains and is on the middle of the hairpin curve road that goes up and down. The history of the fight between terrain and human is directly used as a material for scenery, and it is a city with various scales and various expressions. The site was stuck to the curved part of Mandarin Road, and the gate that would have been loved by the previous owner remained it. Even though it had the quality of a was surrounding without building, it seems like it would be architecture if it had only a roof. Because the environment and the architecture are made up of a collection of materials, I thought that if the materials were assembled while mixing each material, it would approach the assembly method of building the site itself. It is similar to the idea of renovation. We call it architecture that renovated the site. First, in order to involve, we decided to design a three-dimensional relationship between the roof and section. It's determined by peeking through the greenery of the mountain and attracting the surrounding environment to the surrounding of people, as it can be felt as part of the garden. Because the columns are also useful for the generation of places, the frame should be taken out of the roof. For leaving such furniture and equipment inside and outside the roof as needed, lay out the boundaries by floor preparation, such and eaves. Finally, the design process results in a flat surface. Existing materials, structure that is environment material, materials for life, materials of the territory, the environment where a city and a house meet by chance. For the purpose, we use the model. At first, the design starts at 1 to 50. Think the relationship between the terrain and the roof. Next, we made a large model of 1 to 20 and designed the relationship between the body and the place while looking into the model and having physical feeling. The size of this model is 1,200 millimeter long and 2,100 wide. The large roof cannot be brought along, so we decided to assemble 120 square panels in dry joint on the site in consideration of the meandering path. Assemble with bolts, making a big roof supported by RC columns. The capital is pin joint, but it was so unique detail, so we made a one-to-one model. This is a model. This is the attraction capital. In pin joint, it will out of the roof. The columns not only support the roof dynamically. At the ground level, as part of the garden, they participate in the rule of inducing the circulation lines. There are 14 columns at the intersection of the grid, 2 inside, 4 semi-outside. There are 8 columns outside the roof. As the arrangement of the columns goes from the inside to the outside, it creates a sense of opening from the inside to outside as an experience. The large horizontal roof seems to be measurement surface showing the relationship with the terrain. The material of life is placed in the same way inside and outside. The such eaves, floor arrangement, existing fences, and many other layers overlap to create a garden-like quality. In this way, while going through the process of modeling a new vernacular, we are aiming for architecture of a new era by thoroughly studying physicality. So this is the end of the lecture. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Erika.
Thank you.
It was great. There was a bit of problems with the noise in the beginning, but I think then it was much better.
Hi.
Hi. It's okay.
Yes.
So, hello everybody, and thanks to invite me. So today I'm gonna introduce a little bit myself and my work with my approach. And first of all, I would say that I'm an architect and only consequently a photographer. And my approach with photography was basically a consequence of a need of a true experience inside the space. And at a certain moment, I discover this medium as a medium that fit me well to absorb the experience I could have inside the space and eventually release. And after a while, I also got that these things, this relationship between me, the space, through the camera, through photography, can have the potentiality of a narrative. So for me, approaching a space and through photography is always connected with feelings and with subjectivity. I've never been interested in describing a project or an architectural space, but I'm always be intrigued and fascinated by the vague atmosphere and the feelings that a space can bring to us, can be used to enrich us, and so I actually start to test these things in different space. Between commission and personal project, and eventually I ended up that feelings are maybe are actually quite hard to be fit on something else. So there is actually a tentative we do to try to say something, and of course I got that transmit the feelings on another support, which is in my case photography, is most of the time as the result of is a fragment, it's a portion of something that it's evolving and it's personal and it's subjective and change, and it depends from the condition we found that day or our mood, or so the idea is actually for me was to realize that I couldn't transmit a space in its globality in one iconic picture, but I start to approach with more fragments. So for me, series are quite important when I'm showing a space, and each picture are on the same level, and they work together, and the sum of the feeling that I try to transmit probably will build it up an overview and a bigger images of that feeling of the space in the viewer and not in me. So in a way, I use photography to activate in the subjectivity of the viewer through mine. So to show you what I'm trying to explain, which is, I mean, words are not my my world. So it's photography, so it's hard for me to translate this concept in words. But I'm gonna show you some of my recent works I did around the world, and especially in this moment of travel restriction. I hope to literally bring you physically or emotionally, maybe it's better to say, to these places. So the first project is in Rome, and is a beautiful church from Francesco Borromini. And this one is a little pearl in Rome. And as soon as I get in, the feelings, which lately I understand why, just on a different time I got it, what happened to me, is because it was too beautiful. It was too amazing, and I couldn't put all this beauty, this pureness in one picture, or in a couple of pictures, and so I find myself like standing for a long time in the same position of this space, and moving my head through all little details, and each one of them, they were just incredible. So the power on the floor, or on the ceiling, or on the wall was overwhelming already. So at the end, I tried to recompose the whole images through these details. So then we moved to Paris, and here I work on another beautiful, I'm super lucky, on another beautiful space from Tadawando, and that reportage, that works actually was probably influenced by a personal need I had at that moment, which is a sort of feelings and needs of protection, and a feelings of be free at the same time. So I find myself trying to investigate and experiencing this building, continuously jumping from these two state of mind, and this one was perfect for that. I after a while I understood why, because it's inside the courtyard of UNESCO, and it's quite free, but it's also protected from the courtyard itself, and then you can go deeper and be in, and then when you are ready you can again go out, and there's no restriction, and you can just take your own rhythm, and it's very comfortable. So it was not about the essence of the beauty of the space like in Borromini's work, but was more about this kind of feelings of protection, and the freedom to go farther when you are reading. And then go. So I have another project, which is the last one, and I thought to bring you a bit on vacation, actually, in south of Spain. So this one is a beautiful house. This one was actually my first work I did by film. So it was also quite symbolic for me, and very spontaneous actually. So I was living in this house for 1 week or something, and I was coming from London, and which was of like very, very strong with me in sometimes that city, and I went to the south of Spain so from a big city to a really small village on the very end of Europe, facing Africa and Morocco, and I found a situation where I can again restore a sort of calmness and privacy and quiet time, and so I actually restore an intimacy. And again, I conceived this work as a path through this house. So it's always about a feeling, a transition inside the space, and that respect your subjectivity. And I hope that this led to activate actually the idea of being there by the viewer, but with his own imaginary and not with mine. So I'm just work on traces. And this one was very interesting because the outside and the inside were filtered by a patio. So the relationship with the outside was always gradual, and there was the stairs, and as soon as you go higher and upstairs, you feel it, the movement, because it was quite articulated, and then you start to relate, you get out from your privacy and intimacy, and start to relate a little bit gradually with the context. Until the roof, where you face again the world, and yes. So I don't want to add too much, and I think these 3 projects are enough in a way. It's again basically the thing is always to respect the subjectivity, and try to read, understand the feelings that a space can create in each one of us, and leave them flow. So that's the idea of this approach that can be then applied to many other situations, but eventually it's more. I think it's true, at least for me, and because I think in architecture, photography, sometimes we want to we pretend to be objective and to say everything how it is and how it works, and but to me it's impossible, and this fact is quite impossible. So I prefer to extreme of something that at least is it happened to me as a human being, and transmit and leave it open to in the hand of the viewer. That, and if I'm good enough at the end, when I present a work in this way, the viewer, I will actually be silent aside, and the viewer will play with his own subjectivity and his own imaginary. And I like the idea of this blank space beside what I'm showing. So eventually is always a question of about how much white space live into the space, how the emptiness can affect our a reaction of a reading of an architectural photo series. So I don't know if we still have time. I don't want also to repeat too much the same words, but I guess we are almost there, right? It's nice. I leave like one picture and I just leave a bit of
Frames, like titles, are important. They're operative devices and platforms. They structure, space, and tame. They dictate more or less what we're supposed to talk about. They push certain ideas to the margins and others to the fore. The title of this talk, At the Edge of Everything Else, was bestowed upon me by the conference organizers, no doubt prompted by a book I co-edited a decade ago entitled Architecture at the Edge of Everything Else. And while that book attempted to offer an argument about decentering what we think of as architectural practice, I since have come to think about the field's center position and its peripheries in very different ways. To talk about everything else without mentioning the center is a means to avoid acknowledging what constitutes an essence or a norm. It takes what occupies this unnamed axis from which everything else pivots for granted. This silence speaks to the center's power and what renders it inviolate. So I wish to begin by teasing and stretching out this conceptual frame to define some new parameters for thinking about the center, a space that may or may not be intended for you. I wish to approach this prompt from a different vantage with a new set of questions that attempt to think through what it means to be a part of a group of bodies that are held in suspension around a central thing and revolve around it. Perhaps we can begin with another title. How about the many myths of singularity? Why singularity? Well, because singularity is what is implied when we think about everything else. That is, all that does not occupy the center position or place of privileged interiority, when we wish to describe the alterity that constitutes the periphery. To be singular is to be one or ones of a class with no other members. To assume singularity is to suggest that things can be understood in isolation, outside the knotted meshes of space and time, that one can somehow sidestep the contact zones between different bodies that touch, continually eroding and producing new contours that reflect these encounters. But objects, like subjectivities, are never monads in actuality. I, like you, am an ever-changing composite construction, much like the table beside me or the glass that sits on it. The sum total of social, economic, and environmental relationships, things and subjectivities are produced from and through and affected by often unseen entanglements of systems and actors. These relations are structured by unequal distributions of value, labor, and capital, which the global pandemic revealed in its wake. Indeed, as Roberto Esposito has shown, both persons and things have historically been interchangeable categories under practices of domination since ancient Rome, wherein the possession of things became the possession of people, and persons became property. To possess a patrimony, he writes, meant not only to have things, including that abstract thing called money, destined to acquire all other things, but also to exert domination over those who had less or did not have any at all, and who were therefore forced to place themselves in the hands of the possessors. The practice of architecture has long championed the singular, from canonical buildings and their creators to particular historians and their texts. Its disciplinary frame that privileges its autonomy has in turn disciplined its own content by sanctioning a specific set of voices and bodies to define its discursive enclosures, while others are still left waiting outside, thus limiting the potential of its own expansion. Its stories and images reify the profession's propensity to consider everything else, that is, real life, as abstractions, as fictions that can be delimited and deformed to not interfere with an author's identity or a building's objecthood. As a profession, it betrays its allegiances to its small number of gatekeepers who can afford the indulgence of reducing social realities to topics for humanistic inquiry or optical effects. The result is a system that prescribes alterity and otherness as topics for contemplation, as opposed to the actual experiential conditions of life itself. Inequality is often retooled in architecture's academic discourses as an abstraction to be analyzed, without consideration of how the discipline's frameworks perpetuate the marginalization and erasure the field claims to reject. Architectural conferences about how Black Lives Matter will feature nominal input from Black scholars, a misstep rooted in the uneven systems of academia in which such knowledge production must be sanctioned and funded by white administrators. Meanwhile, schools continue to tout diversity mandates in press releases, although their faculty and student demographics, methodologies, and curricula do not recognize the reality that difference is actually the norm. Systems of publishing and outlets for journalism reveal the preference for white writers, encouraging the writing of histories of others rather than letting these others tell stories of their own. As one hand of the system claims to offer historical recuperation by writing the rights of others, the other erases the efficacy of such gestures to maintain that the balance of power is restored, ensuring it has no lasting effect. When architecture itself becomes singular, its perception is noticeably different from what is generally found or experienced in the world as well. Its misreadings of philosophy act as confirmation bias for the field's authorial irresponsibility. Philosophies intended to liberate non-human actors from anthropocentric violence are distorted by architects as opportunities to imagine objects as self-governing and divorced from the reality of their exploitative contexts. Issues like climate recuperation are framed as occasions for formal play, cultural appropriation, and opportunism, rather than the byproduct of brutal legacies of environmental racism. Likewise, manufactured materials are often discussed for their formal and structural properties, rather than their social and environmentally destructive effects. Competition and individualism also drive the myth of the singular, obscuring the sense of interconnectedness required to decolonize architecture from its past and present. These neoliberal ideals are cultivated in architecture schools and in professional practice. Both are dispositif for the production of this subjectivity. Round-the-clock labor, self-concerned entrepreneurialism, and rivalry reflect the ideals of the self-organizing market. This rationality is not coercively championed, but rather slowly indoctrinated in the profession's approach to everyday life. For some of us, the barriers preventing entry into the field are aplenty if one's identity does not represent the center core. Entry into education and practice often require adopting a badge of exceptionalism, especially if one's difference can be leveraged as a symbolic reward for the system. For Black, Indigenous, and people of color, our marginal status is a reminder of how lucky we should feel, as the diversity hire, a number in a quota, a data point, or a token representative of ethnic difference on a panel. Yet being an exception does not feel exceptional. It's a reminder that you're part of the realm of, quote, everything else, which our architecture is supposed to design for and claims to address, yet rarely provides a space for such engagements to take place. Silence then becomes as much a survival tactic of assimilation as it is a means to betray our connection to other communities of color. Staying silent and thus invisible is a social cloak protecting one from the nakedness of one's difference. I write and speak as an East Asian woman guilty of this infraction. As a child of working class immigrants, I was told I should be grateful for the opportunity to attend schools populated by middle class and wealthy white people. Erasure and invisibility within a culture that I was born in magnified this sense of unease and unworthiness. Opening a magazine or an art or design book, I never saw an image of someone who looked like me. There was no one in the government or in education that I could identify with. I was hard-pressed to pinpoint any Asian woman with a public voice or a seat in power. We should ask more often why it is that architecture's frame is so exclusionary, especially given its role as a discipline committed to world making. Of course, there are numerous stories we could tell and lines we could trace in search of that single moment in which the discipline decidedly betrayed its own ethics. But the truth is, its adherence to the values and practices of white supremacy and colonialism took place incrementally through objects and stories and banal things. Rhetorics of centrality and unity based on a definition of humanism that emerged in the interval between and following the two world wars fueled much of this production. The brand of humanism upon which they were based adhered to what Audre Lorde has referred to as a mythical norm. This notion of humanism was predicated on an imagined human type or standard, one that tended to mirror the experiences of the privileged few who possess the power to act on their imaginations rather than be acted upon. The colonial unconscious fueled much European modern architectural expression that has since formed architecture's education and techniques. In this sense, we should be wary when contemporary projects still attempt to perpetuate the social visions of modern architecture, what Antonio Gramsci referred to as a common sense, a singular image of history, growth, and civilization that could be accessed, understood, and identified by all. When differences are marginalized rather than celebrated to develop a singular concept of the human, such logics act as conceptual camouflage for a new kind of hegemony. Yet experience is not a singular reproducible thing. Can we imagine difference without inferiority, or difference without polarity? Or, in Fred Moten's words, difference without separation? To do so is the only way forward in this moment when normality as such has been destabilized, even for the status quo. This is a time of examining the frames by which we define concepts of centers and peripheries, how insides and outsides are created, how community often produces immunity, how singularities and everything else are understood.
I'm Beatriz Colomina. I'm speaking to you from New York, actually from Long Island right now, on the question of the bed. The bed actually in the age of COVID-19. Let me share the screen with you and hope that that it works. Let's see. Okay, slideshow, play from the start. So on the bed in the age of COVID-19, it seems to me that the beds are the face of COVID-19. The beds, which is of course that piece of equipment that is normally hidden from public view, are suddenly everywhere, from the front pages of newspapers to Zoom meetings, right? First, of course, in places like, well, this is Madrid, but everywhere, in New York, of course, everywhere. The urgent call in the early days of the pandemic for more hospital beds. Then beds overflow in hospitals, filling corridors and former waiting rooms. Of course, nobody is waiting anymore. Nobody is allowed into the hospital to see their loved ones. And any room of any size became a room for beds in the existing hospital. So the whole space of the hospital was taken over. But then the beds started to make new spaces in tents, in gymnasiums, in ice rinks, in parks, in ships, in convention centers. So here is Serbia, and here is, of course, the Javits Convention Center in New York. So you have these haunting images of cavernous spaces with hundreds of empty beds in a grid, each of them with an oxygen tank. And a domestic, sometimes a domestic lamp, so waiting beds. The question dominating the media was always how many beds, how many are occupied, how many people survive the bed. Any bed, of course, with a ventilator became an ICU bed. So the bed became the room, the architecture, as you can see in some of these haunting images. Even the beds in the street transporting the sick are like portable rooms. Some encased in this plastic bubble, very reminiscent of 1960s science fiction architecture. Beds on the move, you could say, became actually quite a common and frightening sight in the streets of New York for all of us stuck there for all these months, and in the media. So you will see them both when you were walking on the street and also in the pages of of media and new media, with medical professionals, as you can see here, all covering protective gear, like almost like terrestrial astronauts, complete with oxygen tanks. And these portable beds actually act as the link between the domestic beds in the houses and the hospital beds, a whole and vast ecology of beds, then a whole landscape. These beds are actually not just in the media as the real facade of this new city, but they are also media platforms. Zooming, broadcasting, FaceTiming, bed-to-bed communication has been really the mark of our time. Think of all this whose last contact was on a phone held by a nurse, or like this woman in her bed saying goodbye to her loved ones by Zoom. Think of all of those connecting with friends and colleagues and their families through their beds. I think also about all the beds you see in the background of work meetings, socializing, home music concerts. No bed is a secret anymore. We have seen the beds of everybody. Of course, we see mostly the living room, but we've seen also a lot of beds. So this new architecture of the pervasive bed is not a side effect of this pandemic, but has been exposed by it. And once it is exposed, it probably mutates again. I say it hasn't. It's not new, because I have been actually quite obsessed with this theme for a while. And it was already in 2012 that I first saw in the Wall Street Journal that 80% of young professionals in New York were working from bed. So the bed already had become a new kind of office. And the virus has taken this to a whole new level. And is there a reason for any of us to think that we will leave the bed when all of this is over? Now that we have become so somehow much better at working in bed, teaching in bed, shopping in bed, socializing in bed, with people miles away from us. The bed used to be the site of intimate physical contacts, and now it seems that we will only go out to the street, actually in search for such contact, right? In New York, we are all told to assume that we are all sick, right? And act as if we were sick, contagious, confined to our apartments, to our beds. The real epicenter of, is not New York then, the real epicenter of coronavirus, but the bed. And presumably the sense that we are sick, that we are vectors of disease and a threat to others will linger way before this is passed. But my main point here is that the conditions for this were already well established, that millions of dispersed beds had already taken over from concentrated office buildings. In fact, network electronic technologies have removed any limit of what can be done in bed. And since I'm a historian, I've always asked myself the question of how did we get here, right? And I ended up going back to that beautiful text of Walter Benjamin, Louis Philippe, The Interior, where he writes precisely about the splitting of work and home in the 19th century. And he says, under Louis Philippe, the private citizen enters the stage of history. For the private person, living space becomes for the first time antithetical to the place of work. The former is constituted by the interior. The office is its complement. So clearly what Benjamin is telling us is that industrialization brought with it the 8-hour shift and the radical separation between the home and the office, or the home and the factory, between rest and work, between night and day. And post-industrialization, on the other hand, we can agree that collapses work back into the home and takes it even further into the bedroom and into the bed itself. The whole universe seems to be concentrated in this small screen with the bed floating in an infinite sea of information, as in this advertisement for Blue Beam, also a few years ago, collaborate in bed. Now we are all collaborating in bed. So to lie down is no longer just to rest, but it's also a kind of another form of movement. The bed is now a site of action. But this involuntary bed, invalid has not, or voluntary, I should say, invalid has no need for their legs. The bed has become the ultimate prosthetic device, and there's a whole, of course, new industry devoted to contraptions to facilitate work while lying in bed, or reading, writing, testing, recording, broadcasting, listening, talking, and of course, eating, drinking, sleeping, or making love, activities that seem to have been turned lately into work. It's everything done in bed seems to become work. This philosophy actually was already embodied in the figure of Hugh Hefner, who famously never left his round bed, let alone his house. He literally moved his office into this bed in 1960 when he moved into the Playboy Mansion in Chicago, turning it into the epicenter of a global empire with his silk pajamas and his dressing gown into a new kind of business attire. I don't go out of the house at all. I'm a contemporary recluse, he told Tom Wolfe, who had come to interview him. And of course, the interview takes place in bed. Here is Tom Wolfe. And then Hefner, in the course of the interview, he guesses that the last time he had been out of the bed had been 3.5 months before. And the last time, that in the last 2 years, he calculated that he'd been out of the house maybe only 9 times, right? So he never moved from the interior, just like us. We've been for months enclosed in our interiors. Playboy turned the bed into a kind of workplace. From the mid-50s on, the bed becomes increasingly sophisticated, outfitted with all kinds of media, entertainment, and communication devices as a kind of control room in the mansion. And here you have Hefner working in bed with all this equipment. But it's interesting to point out that Hefner was not alone. The bed may have been actually the ultimate American office at mid-century. In an interview in the Paris Review in 1957, Truman Capote is asked, what are some of your writing habits? Do you use a desk? Do you write on a typewriter machine? To which he answers, I'm a completely horizontal author. I cannot even think unless I'm lying down, either in bed or stretched on a couch with a cigarette and a coffee handy, right? So it's not just writers, like of course Proust and so many others wrote from bed, but even architects at mid-century seem to have also worked in bed. Richard Neutra, for example, started working the moment he woke up with very elaborate equipment that enabled him to design, write, or even interview in bed. So there are not only many bedding opportunities in his house, the BDL house in Silver Lake in LA, but in his own bed, he had multiple systems of communication, 2 public phones, 3 communication stations for talking with the other rooms in the house and the office below. So it's not that he's not getting out of bed because it's such a bother to go to the office. The office is downstairs. He cannot be bothered with going down, right? So 3 different call bells, drafting boards that were that folded down over the bed, electric lights, a radio gramophone, controlled by this dashboard overhead, and many other devices, so that, as he put it in a letter to his sister, I could use every minute from early morning to late at night. So here you have the image of the the architect as a workaholic working in bed. So post-war America inaugurated the high-performance bed as the epicenter of productivity, a new form of industrialization that was exported globally and has now become available to an international army of dispersed but interconnected producers. A new kind of factory without walls, constructed by compact electronics and strappillers for the 24/7 generation. In fact, the kind of equipment that Gardner envisioned is now expanded to the internet and social media generation, who not only work in bed, but socialize in bed, exercise in bed, read the news in bed, and entertain sexual relationship with people miles away from their beds. The Playboy fantasy of the nice girl next door is more likely realized today with someone in another continent than in the same building or in the same neighborhood. A person you may have never seen and may never see that person again, and it's anybody's guess if they are real or they are an electronic construction. As in the film Her, which is of course a moving depiction of life in this soft uterine state that is a corollary to our new mobile technologies. The heart in question is an operating system that turns out to be more satisfying than a partner. The protagonist lies in bed with her, chatting in bed, arguing, making love, and eventually also breaking up still in bed, as you can see. Now, if according to Jonathan Crary, late capitalism is the end of sleep, colonizing every minute of our life for production and consumption, then the actions of this voluntary recluse are not so voluntary in the end. But the 19th century, perhaps is more important, this question, that is not raised by Crary, which is that the 19th century division of the city between rest and work may soon become obsolete. Not only have our habits and habitats changed with the internet and social media, but predictions about the end of human labor in the wake of new technologies and robotization that were already made in the late 19th century are no longer treated as futuristic. Here is Vasily Leontief, for example, who already in the 50s had predicted that human worker will go the way of the horse. And he talks about how horses hung around for a long time before they were challenged by modern communication technologies, like the telegraph and the railroad, hauling staff and people around farms and cities. But when the internal combustion engine came along, horses were history. And then he says humans as workhorses might also be on the way out. And this was actually picked up more recently in 2016 by an article in the New York Times. So of course economists now wonder what kind of economic model this reality will lead to, from growing inequalities with vast amounts of people unemployed to large redistributions in the forms of universal basic income, which was considered in a referendum in Switzerland, as you know, a couple of years ago and rejected. But now this question has become all of a sudden extremely central to a lot of people, including in the United States. So even politicians in the United States are back to discuss this question. Of course, the end of paid labor and its replacement with creative leisure were already envisioned in utopian projects of the 60s and 70s, such as Constant, Super Studio, Archigram, and incidentally, all included these hyper-equipped beds. And the question for me is, shouldn't then architects return to this question too? Since we are running out of time, I will basically leave it here, because basically the city has started to redesign itself in many ways without us. There are these metro naps, for example, that have been introduced as very much in the spirit of Archigram in offices, in airports, because in the meantime we have discovered that we work better with rest. And as Ariana Huffington put it, recharging rooms will be as common as boardrooms. So in conclusion, basically what I'm saying is that the virus has made visible the new architecture of beds that architects have foolishly ignored. Architecture has always had an intimate relationship with disease and pathologies, even psychopathologies, as I talked with you about this question last year in Melbourne. And this is another example of this, but not necessarily a direct example. Just as with the body, one illness can actually reveal another one. The COVID pandemic reveals pre-existing conditions, and the architectural response might be to do with those conditions rather than with the virus itself. Thank you very much. Bye.
Hello. Asics gel Nimbus 19 in white walks to work. A soft blue collar loses shape. Happy medium. Careless work and career trajectory. Blue collar work done professionally. D&K Extras basic silk polo shirt. Salary sustains an average inner city life. 1 night out per week. Buy some lunches out, renting average 2-bedroom in inner north. Lofty ideals, creative, but would go luxury if could. Budget boutique hotels replaced by IKEA-clad Airbnbs. Middle-class idealist, aspirational luxury category traveller. How many people change with money? Blue-collar worker. Industrial or manual workers often wear durable canvas or cotton clothing that may be soiled during the course of their work. Navy and light blue colours conceal potential dirt or grease on the worker's clothing, helping him or her to appear cleaner. For the same reason, blue is popular choice for boiler suits, which protect a worker's clothing. Best wishes. Cheers and best wishes. Blue collar relaxes COB. My best and best regards. Forget drinking from the corporate chalice. Natural response of licking lips and unplanned cases, nausea, change management, lip service, consultation phase, feigned appreciation and understanding. However, the plans are always made. There's always no budget. Rejection letter 0.3, the deal was done probably before the snow had fallen. The limited things people do when avoiding you. The I'm in a parallel universe walking the same street but in a different time. Oh, sorry, I didn't notice you. Too much going on. Or something really compelling just happened on my phone. Didn't see you. Finally, acknowledge each other, slight smile or mouth words, and let's both forget about it. Become weird with accomplices to success whilst clinging to others' failures. Watch evolution, dance sneaker in black. Serial friend hopper, bestie to many and none. Networks of only the best, humorous and ferociously. The upgrade, whose eyes are cast a wider yonder. Is there anyone better here for me to talk to? Their eyes are saying to you, and I'm listening, but I wish I wasn't. Someone send text. Typical loners with luck charmers, satisfied with few or one, not anxiously looking for someone or someone they don't have. Chameleon opportunists, cute at first like chameleons. They're really nice, growing out their sweet ingenue. Change friend groups after another outburst. Bottling up rage, still post sexy for a pic. Dodgy decisions in order to tread further to success, aping and up for anything, providing circulation, a few clauses to succumb, plus money, alleged international audience, riding the waves of fledgling boyish charm, can renounce ideals if needed. Successful, cool and detached, patriarchy paves the way. Smaller in number but higher in success. You have to be a gay male or a good-looking straight guy to make it in Paris. Quote, someone once told me, really, I was at the time. Verified quote 5 years later. It's not so black and white, but wallflower women, really great to work with. 2 I see. She makes all the decisions, same job, lower salary, etc. Faded ethics in the pursuit of things just looking so good. Enter the arsehole. 10K plus followers, buys a lot of expensive clothes. Impressive to many. Prada for days, still impressive to some. Success from selecting. Selecting is easy with more money, meaning with more money, success is easier. Naive to the powers. Now smiles. Smug comfort, middle, budget averts, lonely, reckless spending, snuffling romance, change aspirations with clothes. Vanille, ever so sweet, not throwing plates, boyfriend, practical clothes, silently nodding yes, designer consciousness but nowhere to be seen. Middle, minimal budget clothes, clean sheets, everything intact, never had a fight, bought more expensive clothes when single, clothes that reek of seasons, particular collections in particular seasons. Street style captive in fashion weeks, A-lister got pre-collection, hot in it items, styles that burn, what will make them last, bites at allure, chomping away. But resilient is the thing. Doesn't matter if it's a style that's tracked like a shooting star, to where it makes you feel something, better than nothing, something at least. Things come back quickly enough, touch, weight of it, grasp between skin, against limbs, smells of 2 niche fragrances, plus practical generic products, not expensive body creams, rosehip oil, don't stain silk, witch hazel, buoyant but heavy, smudgy matte crepe. Reject turns bitter, list preferences for the weekend, always comes first for a coat. Naturally, 3K coat, at least shadow, shoulders, framed stride, collapsed polished rectangle around you. As you walk, a little haughty from the back. If you heat and cool chocolate without controlling the temperature, the crystallization of cocoa butter will result in crystals of different sizes, bad crystals, forming and your chocolate will bloom. That is to say, it will appear matte and covered with white patches. It will also crumble unpleasantly rather than snap. In order to avoid this, you will need to temper your chocolate. The Guardian. Glossy Belgian couverture folds onto marble, seconds past, you gotta work fast. Calf burn, 3-minute heel lifts, burn of unexpressed desire. Isolated mountaintops of solitude, contemplative beauty, your beauty, overwhelming, sitting in the shade, Shavasana. Fade out, always so awkward, prospect romance, sorted by qualities, touch, sounds, empathy, solitude. Mirrors, charms, promises, forgotten parts with that shit reverb left in some modest 4-star business hotel. Fall for the potential, desire the siren promise, for it, the elusiveness, watch out. Flambe, a cooking procedure in which alcohol is added to a hot pan to create a burst of flames. The word flamed in French, thus in French, flambe is a past participle. The verb is flamber. Wikipedia. The food is topped with liquor, usually brandy, cognac or rum, and a lit of fire. The volatile alcohol vapor burns with a blue tint, leaving behind the faint flavour of liqueur. Taste.com. Crepe Suzette. No, not flambe, but brulee. Desire brulee. Touch brown sugared granules, go brulee quick. Pointless possession, momentary ownership, scotch, it's natural, taking widely with a flame to an untouched surface. Chars out self-extinguishing, allure is more refined, drawn to that faraway familiar. Consuming, overdoing it, short sequences, quick flame, taming assumptions, dropping digits, guards quickly, overexposed white heat, then the fade out. In the text, the fade out of voices is a good thing. The voices of the narrative come, go, disappear, overlap. We do not know who is speaking. The text speaks, that is all. No more image, nothing but language. But the other is not a text. The other is an image, single and coalescent. If the voice is lost, it is the entire image which vanishes. Love is monologic, maniacal. The text is heterologic, perverse. The others fade out when it occurs, makes me anxious because it seems without cause and without conclusion, like a kind of melancholy mirage. The other withdraws into infinity and I wear myself out trying to get there. When the garment was at the height of fashion, an American firm advertised the washed out blue of its jeans by claiming it fades and fades and fades. The loved being in the same way endlessly withdraws and pales, a feeling of madness, purer than if this madness were violent. Roland Barthes. Washed out, my shit t-shirt, artful compositions, everything's fine, who knows, blow out, snuff out, nothing. Walk. The performance of someone walking with clear intention and destination has surprising impact. Walking in a line to a point and then returning with the demarcation between audience and model is the foundation of any fashion show or collection fitting. Designers look on with intensity in a fitting, looking for details to change or add, looking for a sign of some kind of magic, charm. Catwalk and runway suggest a straight line walk, elevated or not. In French, défilé, meaning line or narrow pass or parade, is used to describe fashion shows and the collections presented in this format. The preferences always change for the types of walk, slithering, sauntering, or sashaying. The pace we are familiar with also comes with a pair of mid to high stilettos, the clackers, the clicking of soles on polished floor. A model's walk can reveal deeper histories, menacing silhouettes, a skinny model curling forwards, a sexy shoulder, a slump, a stagger, a fuck you stroll, etc. A studied or manufactured carelessness and nonchalance, especially if you look so good. The attitude in the walk was moneyed or other things inherited from birth. The over-nurtured child, setups, reassurances of every day of the child's star qualities and oyster world potential. Models and money, Manhattan fantasies, later 90s, it's not a proficiency, it's not a set proficiency now. Hard to relate the walk with the extent of the money and what kind. Old, new, daddy, blue, faux, thirsty. 1.5 decades of ballet, blue blood, aristocratic cheekbones, faces that come from money, marble sculptures have faces with features like these. Walker showed in the knowledge that there are dividends, family trusts and connections, hair and variation, pixie crops, later 90s version of the It Girl, more daring, a shaved head growing out, more staggered and staged than a full Remington shave, visits to expensive hairdressers, clumps of hair in clumps, aerated and strong to form a quiff, really good looking. People wear benign basic stun looks and look so sexy. A little haughty, a little utilitarian uselessness, thank you very much. Some diversity surged in the late 90s, with different ideals of beauty and models, still generally impossible but more antithetical. To notions of glamour, slenderness never left and slightness extended. Antithetical beauties, but still lots of boxes to tick. She wasn't a chosen beauty, but she didn't go unnoticed. Many of these unexpected models grow up and out of the industry and embrace more natural and humble pursuits, such as naturopathy, physical therapy, raising a family, and pursuing other dormant dreams that were usurped by their modelling ambitions. After sticking it out for a couple of years, being unconventional looking for those unconventional designers. Slight and slim womanly parts out in mohair, belly button piercings, long sleeves, washed silk shift dresses, and cut-offs of skirt. Frayed but not overly, crosshatch, grains gone muted. A solid black shoe, clumpy sensible square toe and heel, or an all-out stomper. Along elongated frame, swathed in jersey, grayscale silk, faded blue jeans, more mohair. Sincere smiles delivered sincerely for you. Every sentence uttered, it ends with the name of the person they are addressing. Inflamed and slightly contrived politically conscious beliefs, fueled by an arts major and a covert shame related to the balance of real bank accounts. They never had any money. Looking in a $2,000 bag for $2 for a coffee, the naughties. Secret family estate, Amex card, hidden in wallet, and lone and guilty outings to shoppings. Stories of fashion bodies, multiplicities of bodies, body as backdrop, as avatar, as catalyst, as site. Thank you.
Hey, come here. Let him go inside. Let him go inside.
Hey, stop. Come back here.
Hector. Hector, what's going on today?
The V300 Police Training Simulator by Vertra comprises 5 screens arranged in a circular formation, which display high-resolution branching videos controlled in real time by an operator. The trainee stands in the middle of the setup with a fake gun that emits laser beams instead of bullets. They can use it to shoot at the screens and, if they hit their target, the operator forks the simulation to show a pre-recorded scene of the actor playing injured or dead. To raise the stakes, the trainee is equipped with a device that delivers an electric shock if the simulation shoots back. Various scenarios are offered, from school shooters to domestic violence incidents, all filmed on location by a professional production team and involving various degrees of set decorating. Billed as a cost-effective technique for training a police recruit or officer in judgmental use of force, or when state violence is deemed appropriate and necessary, the simulator is designed by ex-cops and billed as a high-ish tech solution to extrajudicial police killings, or at least public scrutiny over them. Promotional materials directly market the product as a means for a department to simultaneously signal accountability and deflect it by instructing the community on the so-called realities of the job through public demonstrations. Training, propaganda, and self-perception blur in the enclosed multimedia environment of the simulator. Meant to at once reveal the difficulties of policing while also preparing someone for it, indicate a commitment to change while deflecting blame, and validate expertise while selling improvement, in effect what emerges is a portrait of the police operating in a binary world, where criminality is not only definite, but also legible. For example, a YouTube video posted in 2010 on the Firearms Channel, a self-described premier firearms-focused news organization, depicts a reporter demoing a simulation that takes place in a house belonging to armed white supremacists. Their ideology is made apparent by a series of visual signifiers. First, 2 battle flags of the Confederate States of America are pinned to the walls. In case that alone was not a clear indication, which is a likely enough prospect for many Americans, a framed copy of the personal standard of Adolf Hitler and the war ensign of the Third Reich are displayed as well. But the flags do not work alone. In addition, the walls are unfinished, the floors appear dirty, and cardboard boxes are haphazardly scattered around the room. The imaginary inhabitants, as scripted by Vertra, could not afford paint or be bothered to sweep, but had the budget for Nazi memorabilia and the will to frame it. The simulator paradoxically images white supremacy as personal, the result of choice rather than conditioning, while simultaneously conflating it with a specific socioeconomic class, represented as a failure to meet normative expectations for domestic presentation. White supremacy appears as either a part of poverty, meaning the poor are already guilty, or a product of it, implying it is contained within a particular demographic. In either case, the racist criminals are them, the poor, not us, the police, while white supremacy is presented as visible, recognizable, and exhibited, rather than concealed, insidious, or structural. Vertra was founded in 1993, a year after the Los Angeles uprising that followed the acquittal of the 4 police officers responsible for the widely broadcast beating of Rodney King. A publicly traded company, Vertra's NASDAQ price history is effectively a timeline of notable police killings. Currently, its value is surging. Training simulators are good business. Alongside excess military equipment, it's a significant line item in the ever-swelling billion-dollar-plus budgets of U.S. police departments. In June 2018, Vertra won $1.15 million in new contracts from just 3 urban police departments, including Dallas, who claimed that 350 of their officers, about 10% of the force, had already done training exercises by January of 2019, with the goal to eventually have all officers use it. While it's unclear if she used the Virtua simulator specifically, around the time of its purchase, a 30-year-old white officer named Amber Geiger took an 8-hour de-escalation course. A few months later, on September 6, 2018, Officer Geiger finished a long shift and drove home. She lived on the 3rd floor of an apartment complex, but, that evening, parked on the 4th floor instead. Mistaking her upstairs neighbor's apartment for her own, she pushed open the unlocked door and, seeing a man she suspected was a robber, drew her weapon and shot him through the heart. Botham Jean, a 26-year-old black man who worked as an accountant at PricewaterhouseCoopers, was murdered in his own home while eating a bowl of ice cream. Originally charged with manslaughter, following protests, Geiger was eventually prosecuted successfully for murder, the first such conviction for a Dallas police officer in roughly 40 years, although with a statistically lenient sentence of 10 years. Under Texas law, murder requires proving someone killed another person intentionally rather than recklessly. In this case, despite explicitly racist texts sent by Geiger and exhibited in court, the prosecution did not argue race was a motivating factor. Instead, they focused on how she didn't follow her training on several fronts: not issuing a verbal warning, not attempting to de-escalate, not calling for backup, not performing CPR. When asked what she had taken away from her recent de-escalation training, Geiger responded, "I don't know." Misconduct, rather than malice, structured the prosecution's argument. Decor, and the capacity to recognize it and derive meaning from it, played a central role. The prosecutors claimed Geiger was distracted due to a phone call with her colleague and former lover, and therefore ignored visual cues that should have signaled she was in the wrong place. In particular, they held up a bright red doormat that Jean had placed outside his door, while her threshold was bare. They also noted the radically different furniture arrangement of their respective interiors, which would have been noticeable even in low light. In fact, one of the key witnesses, Joshua Brown, recalled a similar experience he had had in the apartment complex, which has nearly identical floor plans on each level, and that he had realized his mistake when he saw an unfamiliar decorative urn. I want to note that, a few months after giving his testimony, Brown was also murdered in his own apartment, allegedly because of a drug deal that went wrong, although many continue to suspect it was retribution by the police. The defense, on the other hand, argued that Geiger's distraction was due to exhaustion from work, and that, since she believed it was her own apartment and perceived Jean as a threat, the shooting was an act of self-defense. More precisely, they invoked what is known as the Castle Law, or Castle Doctrine, a legal precept that designates the home as inviolable, a protected place where one has the right to use force against an intruder. The rationale is that your home should be a refuge where you aren't obligated to retreat. In Europe, the concept dates back at least to ancient Rome. It was established as English law by the 17th century, and it has been inherited by other common law legal systems, such as the US or Australia, with various conditions of use according to region. The name derives from a Latin phrase that translates to, "For a man's house is his castle, and each man's home is his safest refuge." In the Geiger case, the defense attempted an apparently novel expansion of the doctrine to include even mistaken identification of one's home. What was maybe more novel is that it didn't work. The castle doctrine is the progenitor and legal basis of the stand your ground laws that are in effect in most US states, and which allow use of lethal force against perceived threats beyond the limits of property lines, effectively producing innumerable mobile castles, but only for some. That is, as the acquittal of George Zimmerman, the killer of Trayvon Martin, helped expose, these laws are disproportionately applied in favor of white people, with white on black homicides having justifiable findings 33% more often than black on white homicides. Meanwhile, their effective opposite, police or SWAT raids, are likewise disproportionately imposed on black individuals and families, with too often tragic results. Breonna Taylor, for example, was murdered by a police officer during a so-called no-knock raid, which denies the very foundation of the early modern common law precedent to provide adequate auditory warning, an already ableist caution, one might add. Search warrants, more broadly, are also highly racialized, as are so-called knock-and-talk procedures, which often serve as an excuse for a police intrusion if the officer claims they can see visual cues of potential criminality, such as a houseplant that looks like marijuana. Put bluntly, the framers of the United States legal system never intended the castle law to protect black people or their property, and aside from a few notable exceptions, it never has. A history of the legal conjunction of the home with whiteness far exceeds the sparse time remaining, but would stretch back at least to the violent raids of West African homes by European slave traders. It would necessarily include an account of slave patrols, the progenitors of the modern police, who frequently raided the quarters of enslaved people to dominate and terrorize them. And, of course, it would have to include the concatenation of legal and financial mechanisms, from racial covenants to subprime mortgages, that have variously acted to exclude, segregate, and exploit black populations since the Emancipation Proclamation. In short, from the onset of the United States to the present day, home, as a legally defensible refuge, has been the exclusive domain of white people. The black home, on the other hand, has been subject to an unrelenting regime of state-sanctioned violation, intrusion, and destruction. Whiteness has not only been the historical precondition for access to property, it is itself a vested interest in the eyes of the law. As Cheryl Harris writes, following the period of slavery and conquest, white identity became the basis of racialized privilege that was ratified and legitimated in law as a type of status property. After legalized segregation was overturned, whiteness as property evolved into a more modern form through the law's ratification of the settled expectations of relative white privilege as a legitimate and natural baseline. Juxtaposed, the Vertra simulator and the legal defense of Amber Geiger seem oppositional. The former seems to suggest a strong correlation between environmental cues and policing, while the other attempts to inoculate the police officer from responsible awareness towards them. But, in fact, they exhibit corresponding poles within the bipolar system of American jurisprudence and its enforcement, in which white domesticity is always innocent unless clearly marked otherwise, while the mere presence of a black person annuls the home as refuge.
So when I was asked to talk about techniques for sticking, my mind just got stuck on the word sticking. I opened Google and I entered the word sticky, sticking, stickiness, and I hit search and then just scrolled through the pages of images of things that came back at me, and I encountered a whole lot of different things. I often find myself doing this, just scrolling through pages of things online, or walking down the aisles of stores, just looking at the things that are stacked up around me, or wandering down the street, just being open to what things I might encounter. And I've come to understand that rather than thinking of or about things in a more abstract way, that this is a way in which my practice thinks with things. And so it's kind of a way of opening up ideas and of making connections and relations between things. And I've used this technique today in the process of developing this talk with the intention of trying to offer you an experience of my practices, techniques for sticking things together. So while I was Googling, I encountered a myriad of things, and some of those things started to get stuck together. For example, the masking tape and this sticky note came together when I realized that neither of these things are particularly sticky. So masking tape, it just takes a bit of moisture, fur, or some heat to cause masking tape to become less sticky. You really have just one go at taping a line with masking tape, because the second time round, it always has less tack. Similarly, sticky notes are for a short time only. They're a place to jot down a quick thought, a reminder, a to-do. Sticky notes are rarely an end in themselves. They're interesting as a thing because they're always on their way to becoming something else. So these ideas of having just one go with the masking tape and sticky notes being for a short time only highlighted notions of temporality and temporariness in relation to my practices, techniques for sticking. I founded Catseye Bay, a commercial design practice based in Sydney, 3 years ago. And one of the first projects that I did actually experimented with trying to find ways to stick things together. So this image is from a key moment in the design process when I was walking down the street, and I just got really fascinated by this sticker and the word let. So it made me think. So letting can mean to give opportunity or to allow. In a real estate context, to let is to allow a temporary occupation of a space. And if you shout at someone, let up, it's a way of telling them to slow down. So I asked myself, how could I design a way for things to let other things? And in doing that, I was asking, well, how could I design something that could allow other things to temporarily occupy a space? So I went to the supermarket, and as I was walking through the aisles, I came across these water ice blocks. I bought a pack and I took them back to the studio. Initially, I filled the plastic pockets with sand with the intention of making fine sandbags that would allow me to weigh things together softly. When I accidentally popped the plastic when I was working with it, and this sticky, sweet liquid kind of seeped out over the floor, the sensitivity of this thing that I was designing to connect other things became emphasized, and I decided to try and work with the water. So I increased the space between the soft water packets, and with the intention of making a spot for other things to rest in between the water. And what I found was that I could then let things be in a place with other things, and that they would kind of just hold there very softly together in a very temporal way. And so I called this product the soft joint. I imagined that as you walked through the fixings aisle of your local hardware store, that you'd have screws, nails, bolts, products that fix things together permanently in order to make something rigid. And then you'd have a shelf of these soft joints as an alternative option that could hold things together temporarily. While the soft joint is yet to be stocked in major hardware stores, when you do a Google image search for rigid mechanical fixing, the soft joint does come up as one of the range of possible options. The point of difference between the soft joint and then the other fasteners that are included on this page is really that the soft joint may pop. The sticky thing may become unstuck. So by including the possibility of the soft joint popping as a key feature of the design, I was placing value on the potential that the things that are stuck together with soft joints may become unstuck. However, the gallery that I exhibited this project in didn't share this value because during the install process, I just popped out to get a coffee. And when I came back, security had erected a barrier around the installation that I had designed. And this highlighted that there was some concern perhaps that what I had created was unstable. So as a way to keep this project in process, after this, I just started to enter anything that I thought of when I thought of soft joint into Google, and I just hit search. And through doing that, I was really lucky to encounter the stable table. If you're not familiar with this design, there's a big cushion underneath that blue plastic rim, and it makes it easier to eat a meal while you're sitting on the lounge. So it's kind of amazing the way in which this design creates a relationship between your hands, a glass, a set of cutlery, plate, your lap, and the particular kind of cushiness of your sofa. However, when you use the stable table and you're wiggling around, trying to kind of balance your glass and your eyes are glued to the TV and you're trying to get comfortable on a big cushy lounge, you realize that it's really incredibly generous to regard this table as stable. The stable table is more a table that is in an ongoing process of always jostling around and trying to become stable. And this idea invited me to think about how tables are often associated with stability, rigidity, and fixity. A table can be understood as a fixed arrangement, a base and a top, a platform and a set of legs. And this invited me to experiment with the design of an unstable table. So I was working from home at the time, and I just started to use the things that were around me. I removed the legs from an Alva Alto 60 stool, I found a sheet of glass, and then I opened the fridge. I asked myself, well, could the juice of a cut orange stick glass to a plywood leg? Was its skin thick enough to grab on and hold the edge of the glass and create a join? Hang on, grapefruit has a thicker pith. Would that work any better? And then the yellowness of this fruit with the plywood invited me to explore, well, what other yellow things do I have lying around my home? Perhaps these little sponges or some scrubbing brushes, or maybe I could work with my dog's tennis ball. So I found that by slicing around the existing white line on the tennis ball, I could create a pocket. And I stuck the end of the plywood leg and the corner of the sheet of glass into that pocket, and through this created an unstable table. Initially, I really enjoyed the irony of using a ball as something that was inherently unstable to make a table. But later I realized that I wasn't working with this thing as a ball. Rather, I was working with it as something that was yellow and sticky, something that was for holding rather than for rolling. So I made a video of the process of making the unstable table. And at the end of the video, I endeavored to clean the table with surface spray. And I just want to draw your attention to the close-up image on the right here. Because as I start to clean the table, the arrangement of things wobbles and quivers as I wipe its surface. You can see that these things have been stuck together, but you also become sure that they're going to become unstuck. And the oscillations start to show us that these things and this arrangement are in movement and process. They've become a table for a short time only and are on their way to becoming something else again. So I'd like to actually stick with the idea of tables for a little while longer here. So these are a series of tables that I made really quickly. This is a table I made out of 2 doors that I removed from their hinges so that I could work in an apartment that I was renovating. This is a little round table that became a big rectangular table with the help of 2 clamps and a hollow core door. This is a drawing that I did to record the movement of the things on the table when I found myself living in a COVID-19 hotspot and decided to self-isolate. And then this is a recent update of that recording. This is a surfboard that became a table and a surface on which to make lunch in a national park. And then if you look closely, these are the fins that became a kind of weird vertical shelf when the avocados and the lemons, the knife and the fork came to rest against them. This is an IKEA bookshelf that has been reoriented and become a side table in my home. This is a table I designed using the off-the-shelf timbers and Enzo Murray's instructions on how to make a table that is much larger than this one. And then this is a footstool, an armrest from an IKEA lounge, and the tie-down straps that I had in my car that are in the process of becoming a chair that will soon go with that table. So reviewing these things drew my attention to the resonance between the way in which I'm working with things themselves as a designer and some aspects of experience that have come to the fore in this moment that we've found ourselves in. So for me, instability, uncertainty, and not knowing have become emphasized in this time. And these techniques for sticking things together enable me to move through a process by thinking with the things that I encounter along the way, and then sticking things together and the force of their becoming unstuck in unexpected ways creates a way of working with instability and uncertainty. It's a way of moving through a process without knowing what will happen next. So I'd like to close by sharing something that I've been working on while immersed, I guess in the experience of COVID-19 here in Sydney. So during this time, I've become extra sensitive to the relationship between the city and my apartment. As the city closed down and I was no longer able to easily travel to work or feel comfortable going to the studio, my apartment interior started to open up rather unexpectedly. I didn't know that my kitchen was going to become a workplace or that my bedroom would absolutely need to have a printer. The activity of working with things in my apartment, sticking them together, making arrangements, moving them apart, then drew my attention to the dynamism of the condition that I was living in. And so I became interested in designing a piece of furniture that could anticipate, but that didn't really know what it would become or where it would be located, and that this furniture didn't demand me as designer to aspire to know those things either. So this project is a backyard production in which I worked with my friend Joe Wilson to prototype, and we used standard off-the-shelf timbers that we could order online and have delivered to a home. So we experimented with ways to stick the timbers together so that they could easily come apart again. And the design really is simple. It involves a series of loose planks and then a set of legs. The working name for the design is sea legs. And it refers to that feeling when you get off a boat and your legs feel all wobbly, as if you're kind of trying to walk on water. And it also refers to the development of the ability to walk on the deck of a boat or a ship. And so I guess I'm playfully wondering whether having a few extra legs around the home would make this whole experience of this moment just seem a little more stable. So some experiments. Sticking planks on top of the legs creates a table. Sticking the planks at 2 different heights creates a shelving unit. A bench seat can be made by sticking the planks down low. So the key thing for me that I'm finding interesting is that sea legs doesn't become permanently fixed as a particular thing. Like the soft joint, it may pop, and similar to the unstable table, it becomes provisionally stable. The timbers stick together to create a table, shelf, or seat, and then become unstuck. So I'll leave it here by pausing on a moment when my friends encountered the sea legs in the street. I stood back and watched them kink the legs at an angle, stack and stagger the planks high and low, and create seating for two at social distance.
I've been asked to speak about near emptiness, the omission of domestic objects. This is a complicated subject, not least because my job as a designer is largely focused on designing domestic objects. I also deeply respect design history, and I take great satisfaction in using things. I make a strong effort to run my office in an ethically responsible manner by working with clients that share my commitment to people and the environment. The experience of using my designs is the most important part of my job. While I'm focused on making responsible choices while working, I don't want the person using something I've designed to be distracted from the use of the object itself. I strive to select durable materials that are produced safely and efficiently. When possible, we use naturally renewable materials, such as locally sourced wood, and I'm lucky to have clients that also power their factories with solar energy. I'm hopeful that some of my designs will be around for generations. End of use is always a consideration, and in this case, the furniture is designed to be produced from recycled paper that can be recycled again when discarded. I took this photo on a road trip across the United States. My livelihood is directly linked to mass production, and I'm implicated in the machine of global capitalism. Manufacturing and distribution requires energy, resources, and creates waste. Despite this, it's impossible to live without objects, and their history of our things is an invaluable part of the human record. Even still, there are inspiring examples of voluntary austerity. Diogenes the Cynic was a Greek philosopher and provocateur who lived in the 4th century BC. This painting by John Waterhouse is from 1882. Diogenes reportedly slept in a large ceramic jar in the marketplace of Athens as a protest against what he considered to be a corrupt and morally debased society. Sounds familiar. Almost devoid of domestic objects, he did carry a lamp around during the daytime and claimed to be searching for an honest man. This is Gandhi's room at the Sabarmati Ashram in Ahmedabad, India. Despite having studied law in London and being economically comfortable, Gandhi chose to wear a loincloth in solidarity with India's rural poor. He also fasted as a means of political protest. Choosing to abstain from the, quote, comforts of home as a form of protest is a less common reason for the omission of domestic objects, but an important one. There are many examples of writers and philosophers retreating to Spartan quarters in the countryside to work. This is a reconstruction of Henry Thoreau's cabin at Walden Pond in Massachusetts. Thoreau built the cabin and lived there from 1845 to 47. While domestic objects are not entirely eliminated, one can imagine that the small, modestly furnished cabin may have allowed Thoreau to hone his perceptive abilities without distraction. It was a productive time. He wrote several works there and later published his well-known work, Walden, or Life in the Woods. In it, he wrote, "I went to the woods because I wished to live deliberately, to front only the essential facts of life, and see if I could not learn what it had to teach, and not, when I came to die, discover that I had not lived." Philosophers Ludwig Wittgenstein and Martin Heidegger both had cabins to which they retreated to write. Wittgenstein, shown on the left and located in Skolden, Norway, could only be accessed by rowboat. It was dismantled but has now been rebuilt. Heidegger's on the right still remains on private land in Germany's Black Forest. Social distancing at its finest. Despite my love of objects, I do think that people, including myself, have too much stuff. George Nelson's storage wall from 1945 was an early approach to incorporating storage directly and inconspicuously into the architecture of the home. Although this is obviously not about the elimination of domestic objects, I see it as an important forerunner to many of the high-end, quote, minimal interiors that we see today. This is about organizing and compartmentalizing one's consumerism. Out of sight, out of mind. Le Corbusier built his vacation home in the south of France in 1951. Aside from a basic table and shelving, the cabin is devoid of traditional domestic furniture typologies and instead uses a pair of multifunctional boxes to serve as seating, steps, or small tables. It's notable that such a successful architect should choose to spend his holidays in a small space without many objects. It was a choice and a privilege, and it must have been therapeutic for him. He spent 14 summers there until his death in the sea in 1965. Jean-Pierre Reynaud began a 25-year project in 1968 in which he covered every surface of his home in a grid of white ceramic tiles. Reynaud used terraced levels and built-in furniture in place of traditional domestic objects. In its absolute absurdity, the aseptic white surface and high contrast grid were a confrontation to overtly dogmatic modernist ideals. It seems to be a cynical form of artistic self-torture, living in a hard, gleaming white box. In 1993, the artist demolished the house and separated the rubble into 1,000 stainless steel buckets, arranged in a grid in a museum in Bordeaux. The buckets were individually available for purchase by the public. In the early 1970s, Italian architecture group Super Studio created the super surface as a means of transitioning the built environment away from individual objects and instead replacing them with an endless landscape or, quote, circuit board upon which people could roam and plug in when required. This collage depicts the supersurface inhabited by what could be young members of the radical left, relaxing and drinking wine on top of the infinite grid, subverting the allegory of modernist control. I think a correlation can be drawn to the comforts provided by wireless technology and the Internet of Things in contrast to the control held by big tech in the form of surveillance and data collection. Simultaneous to the Supersurface project, Super Studio designed the Quaderna collection of furniture as another grid-based system that could be scaled as needed for various applications. Italian furniture company Zanota has been producing the series in one form or another since 1970. From a life without objects to designer furniture, the irony of commodifying the infinite plane of the supersurface wasn't lost on the group, and I wonder if they'd be offended or amused by the slick lifestyle photography being used by Zanota to market the collection today. French architect Claude Perrant championed oblique planes or interior sloped surfaces as a replacement for furniture, as shown here lecturing in his own home in the mid-70s. It seems that after the lecture, the creator of bunker archaeology resigned himself to an ordinary table for dinner with the guests. Oblique planes and beverages might prove to be a tricky combination. American artist Donald Judd, known for his sculptures utilizing simple geometric forms, is also known for the environments that he left behind as part of the Judd Foundation, which he conceived in 1977. The primary mission of the foundation is to preserve Judd's and others' artworks, and in the artist's words, to, quote, preserve this work in spaces I consider appropriate for it. Having visited 101 Spring Street in New York myself, as well as Marfa in Texas, and experienced the museum-like settings and juxtaposition of artworks and domestic objects, seeing photographs from the book Judd's Spaces is a welcome illumination of the way Judd and his family actually lived. The photo on the right shows the space in use. It's hardly cluttered, but it's comfortable and it's more realistically appointed. The art was truly a part of everyday life in a way that few are able to achieve. It's no secret that Judd loved domestic objects. He collected them in quantity and would sometimes buy multiple sets of things so he could have them in more than one of his homes. Here he is at his Las Casas compound in Texas. He appears to be moving in, and he's unpacked the ceramics and other items under the portico. John Pawson designed this apartment renovation in the Barbican estate in London in 2017. Typical of Pawson, the material palette and refined detailing are well suited to the sparsely furnished interior. Such a quietly controlled atmosphere would be a welcome refuge after a day on the streets of London. It's only after looking through the photos a bit more that I realized the entire center of the apartment is a giant closet, as well as the kitchen. It's really the Nelson storage wall all over again, this time in luxury instead of in the suburbs. The privileged can afford to buy nice things, but the truly privileged can afford to buy them and then hide them out of sight. Even the storage is hidden. In 2018, Felix Burichter of Pinup Magazine commissioned me to create an idealized domestic environment. It was to be a fantasy, a place where I'd be happiest and most comfortable. One of my favorite holiday pastimes is hiking and backpacking. My wife and I often spend our vacations in the wilderness with only a backpack of tools and provisions. This is a privilege. Vacation in general is a privilege, and we're aware of it. To be able to leave work and home, pack our expensive titanium stove and cooking pots together with our carbon fiber trekking poles, ultralight tent, and so on, is a form of luxury. It's worth mentioning that I do have a giant cow bone strapped to the top of my pack. It was the end of the hike, and when we came across it, I felt the need to bring it home. It just goes to show that people can never stop acquiring stuff, even when backpacking. It's the time when I'm most clear-headed, happy, and relaxed. The exercise, lack of people, and fresh air are restorative. I tried to capture that openness in the design of my ideal home. This is a concrete cave, an open shelter buried in the side of a mountain. The floor extends beyond the covered room to create a platform cantilevered over the hillside. Seating for the table and fireplace is integrated into the terraced floor. A low pad and cushions provide a place to relax. The interior is designed to facilitate comfortable human relationships without a reliance on additional furnishings. Through the omission of most domestic objects, daily routines take on a greater significance as attention is focused on the relationship of the body to the architecture. In remaining empty, the surfaces are multifunctional and open for various purposes. I feel as I've barely scratched the surface of this topic, but I hope the presentation shed a bit of light on the complexities of the subject. People need objects to live, and these objects can be a source of great pleasure and/or a source of destruction. The ethics of design have never been more important. Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, in this section today, we'd really like to talk about the softness, which to us represents some kind of a theoretical mood movement that we're going through right now. And it's an experiment in trying to make sense of the word soft, and an interpretation that can help shed light on contemporary functional cultures and its objects of desire.
So I'm Nicholas and this is Saša, and we have a studio called Soft Baroque. We're not professional academics or researchers, but we attempt to be as accurate as possible where we can. We often design and make furniture, objects, interiors as a way of solving functional needs and proposing alien alternatives or taste hybrids, experimenting with new settings of aesthetic and functional values. There are three kind of types of soft that we would like to explore today. Soft skin, software, and soft cell. When talking about soft skin, we think about progressive radii on corners of particularly electronic devices. It's become a kind of default in design circles, like settings that are fetishized by Apple, particularly. We've all seen these advertisements of the close-ups of dynamic shots of crescent reflections, dancing around the corners of bezels of iPhones and watches and on a black background, as if for some undiscovered horizon in space. We find these shapes attractive haptically, but also non-threatening. No sharp edges or pokey bits. We are more worried about damaging it, our most intimate object, than it damaging us. But in this language, there is no place for stimulation. Like an acupuncture needle, a sharpness or awkwardness can produce new sensations.
The softness has extended into our homes in the form of fully upholstered couches, to the extent where softness is pure decoration. We have all at some point removed the cascade of excess to requirements throw pillows from a hotel bed, not to mention the cushion cover as the ultimate medium for domestic self-expression. It's almost became a t-shirt of the outfit or the mug to the office.
At the same time, the fully upholstered megastructure of a sofa becomes a status symbol. There's a desire to keep padding our lives with foam, fearing contact with anything with a shore hardness greater than our skin. Designs are bloating out and inflating to absorb any element that poses a risk to our vulnerable bodies, removing the effect of gravity in the same way that we've tried to insulate ourselves from the natural world in so many other ways. We are trying to bypass the laws of physics. But on the other hand, we also need to feel its presence. For example, in space, with no perceivable gravitational pull, and in theory, infinitely comfortable, astronauts report strapping themselves down, like with space straps or whatever they are there, to simulate the feeling of weight. It's almost too much of a good thing. This is a reminder that our bodies are adapted to gravity as an environmental factor. In the same way, our body, as the same way as evolving with the environment and other living organisms. So we shouldn't be too soft.
While we're more and more driven by softness and comfort, we're becoming less tolerant to discomfort, hard surfaces, and flat planes. A cycle given by no longer having to be physically mobile for stimulation or social interaction. It's ironic that the mobile phone was a liberating device, allowing us to communicate from anywhere. And it's true that it has fulfilled the promise of digital nomadism. But as a matter of fact, I would expect that most of our phone screen time happens to be spent in bed, place in our lives.
In contrast of Donald Judd and the like, however, it's more sympathized visually rather than functionally. Luckily, like a chair like this from Donald Judd is too valuable to be sat on anyway. This stems from nobility associated with Zen and aura and the beauty of the simple. But does this really cross over into our real lives? Are we really happy to invite Marie Kondo into to blast our physical objects with a fire hose onto the front lawn? But if we are asked to simplify our digital presence into a metaphorical tangle of wired headphones and old chargers, we would have fewer converts. And this is also underestimating the power of hypercapitalism and the dependence on our digital and their dependence on our digital footprint. We're not really against comfort or softness, but we believe that that functions and our needs are more plastic than the market demands of us. You need this thing, then you need that, and then you may also like this. We feel our role is to question these functions and programs as we've done for centuries, and not just reset to Apple's default settings. Let's not take for granted that the most comfortable is necessarily the best. For example, we often say that the best chair for your back is the most uncomfortable chair because it forces us to sit for a long, forces us not to sit for a long time, get up and walk around and change positions.
In one of our projects that you can see here, that's called Surface Service, we explored the idea of reassigning the surface qualities of objects for a digital process. Raw materials were scanned one-to-one and digitally printed on silk textiles and made into furniture, combining both of them, hard original and soft replica. It was an exercise in transmuting physical properties, but retaining the symbolic material value, whether it's granite, OSB, or exotic veneer. The digital 300 dpi copy enabled the mutation of the sharp matter into a soft surface.
This brings us to the second kind of type of soft. Softness as a digital movement, kind of metaphysical promise, software like over hardware. Objects can service us physically in the physical intangible world. The ultimate soft object is the computer program. The cloud is the softest throw pillow of them all, but it also alienates. And the feeling that we're not in control of our digital objects, dictated sometimes by a fragile internet connection. In various computer learning programming circles, there is a desire to create programs with outcomes that fool and seduce humans. This inevitably leads to questions about whether it could replace the creative industries. GAN, or generative adversarial networks, are AI systems that are a reasonably new field of machine learning. They rely on learning from a vast body of data like other systems, but are more successful in part because the framework is consistently being adversarial. Two systems, generative and discriminatively, simply put, fight each other for the best results. And this often is associated with quite realistic outcomes. For example, you might have seen a website called "This Person Does Not Exist," and it uses this to create headshots of people that don't exist, basically photorealistic portraits. This method is also, this program is also being applied to interiors, stories, poems, recipe, music, creating artworks, and some are more successful than others.
A friend was telling us about a job where they had to produce a modern wool-based artwork for hotel rooms, abstract blocks of colors and sprinkle in some found objects, maybe. Making agglomeration and hybrids manually from a mood board where authorship is not important bring us to completely decorative furnishing exercise. In this case, one of this program of painting found objects scattering robot could replace our friend.
We could see that functional objects could be rudimentarily converted to an equation, something like function plus decoration and surface plus material and form. We could design objects with a series of sliders by turning the volume up on each dial, similar to the tool we use to change the brightness on an image. We can imagine Amazon using some algorithm to evaluate the metadata of products and use this tool to predict, manufacture, and market objects and shape our reality. We'd be surprised if there wasn't already a simple version of this, a system that trawled the internet for popular memes, photoshopped, uploaded them to a platform, and sold and printed them on demand. A generic object with no human creative input, apart from the source image, which we now know could be realistically generated without human input. We are not thinking about these systems because we are worried about losing our jobs, but more as an exploration and interpretation of our creative process. In other words, it's not what the computer can do for us, but what it tells us about ourselves. As a thought experiment, how do the objects we design fit into this kind of data set? What would the computer think of our items? Would it be disruptive? Would it be thrown away as an outlier or an invaluable data point? I wonder what the trash pile of this system would look like, the stuff that doesn't make the parameters of the system. What objects could we make that would fool AI systems in the same way that they are trying to fool us? Programs can have hallucinations too.
There's few projects we explored in our studio within the context of digital and IRL world of making. One of our first projects was called New Surface Strategies, examined infinity digital capacity versus the real world. Here the planks of uniform dimension were covered in chroma blue flock to make a pre-finished material, and then we assembled it into furniture. By keying out the blue color, the surface of this furniture was substituted with a digital input. A live fit camera displayed chairs with altered surface, as you can see here. And surface was able to exist somehow indifferently from physical material. And flexibility of digital imagining allowed surface references to fade in and out without the burden of material labor or expense. And then another project, it's called Hard Round. It's a series of pieces that we constructed using a Photoshop tool called Hard Round. These wood worms were converted from a digital sketch that we made on computer program into substantial object connected by hidden joinery. These were references referencing a clumsy experience of digital image production in contrast to 20th century craft movements, a language that's somehow stuck between our persistent values about the natural and the growing dominance of computer-generated aesthetic.
And the last section we will call soft sell. And our needs are becoming more and more perverse and service-based. The mainstream object design has been flattened and not controversial anymore. A lot of people are rethinking postmodernism because it's not optimistic and solution-based and seems too egotistic in a time of urgent action on issues like climate change, racial equality, and human rights. We think this is completely understandable, but we have lost a way that we can critically think about design culture through the act of participating in the system. We think we like to make items that are part of this market, but also question the value structures that it holds dear and the kind of undercurrent of it. For us, this represents the ultimate soft sell, a product that is friendly, subtle, humorous, beautiful, with a strange aftertaste. It inspires us to think critically about our world. It inspires us to think critically about our world. It can also backfire, and we can find ourselves getting stuck in a quagmire of self-aware meta one-liners and realize that there's no real meaning or solution is presented. So it's important to think about the power of beauty or sympathy in these scenarios?
And then, yeah, we've got like one last example. This is, it's called lenticularis. It's an oval mirror that emits a water particle cloud. It partly obscures the reflection and perfumes the air with the addition of a scent. This piece replicates a natural climatic occurrence, which almost disables the mirror's traditional function. In doing so, it produces a new sensory experience. Mirror becomes some sort of pseudo-functional screen, a Zen portal that reinforces the dreamlike sense of new private reality, like an open fire. It's hypnotic and mesmerizing.
This is an example of an object that kind of perverts the functional origin of a mirror by covering it in a smoke cloud, but also is quite beautiful. So this is an example of one of these sort of soft cell objects that, yeah. So thank you very much for listening to our talk, and goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
in New York City. And I'm very glad to be joining you this evening to share some thoughts on cute aesthetics in the current moment. I like to lead with this image of James Dean and Pikachu because they represent really different aesthetic visions. Dean, of course, is the cigarette-smoking, car-driving rebel without a cause, and he really represents the 20th century's dominant aesthetic paradigm, which was cool. Whereas Pikachu probably represents what Manling and I believe to be the 21st century's guiding aesthetic philosophy, the cute. Where Dean is tough, Pikachu is vulnerable. And where the cool is sexy, the cute is empathetic. They're really different worldviews. And you see this work, manifested in blue chip artists like Jeff Koons and Takeshi Murakami, who prize cuteness and work in that vein. But there's a science to cuteness. It's not just a aesthetic philosophy. The godfather of cute studies is an Austrian zoologist, an ethologist, and Nobel laureate, Konrad Lorenz, who in 1949 wrote a treatise in which he speculated that childlike features and proportions in humans and animals create a surge of nurturing affection in the viewer. He went on to propose a 7-point theory of the aspects which cause these feelings in us. And he further speculated that they're basically transitive, meaning that when you see a baby human, you feel a certain way. You also feel the same way when you're seeing a baby animal or seal, or a particularly anthropomorphic rock scree. We've positioned this chair here. It's the Bob chair by Andres Lund for soft line, because it's got all these anthropomorphic qualities that cause a similar reaction. In 1979, some 30 years later, the American evolutionary biologist and pop scientist Stephen Jay Gould published an interesting little article in Natural History magazine entitled The Neotenic Evolution of Mickey Mouse. And in this article, Gould basically suggests that Walt Disney Studios evolved Mickey Mouse in reverse. They made him younger with each and every successive appearance. So Gould took dial calipers, because he was a scientist after all, and measured Mickey's eyes, his head, and the shape of his brain capsule, his cranium, and showed that they had increased with every successive appearance, from Steamboat Willie in 1919 onwards. He also showed that there was a subtle thickening of the snout and a widening of the pant leg and a dropping of the crotch, which he felt also led to neotenizing aspect. We picked up on some of this research and some of these ideas 30 years later. This past year, Manling and I wrote an article for Disegno magazine in the UK, in which we talked about the past 2 decades of science kind of coming behind Lorenz and Gould and lending critical support for their theories. Essentially, a lot of scientists have taken advantage of MRI technology and put humans in MRI machines and shown them pictures of juvenile humans, children, juvenile animals, and childlike car designs. And they've shown that a small and evolutionary, quite old part of the brain, the amygdala, lights up when we're shown these images. And it lights up so fast that scientists believe that our response to cute or juvenile features are precognitive, meaning we don't have time for culture to interfere with our process or nurture. It's a natural response. We went on and produced a series of collages with Teresa Giannico. And there's something exciting about these images because everything's scaled a little bit wrong. And in scaling these objects that you know a little bit wrong, it lends an aspect of surrealism and delight, a cuteness to them. We cataloged the past decade of cute and anthropomorphic and zoomorphic furniture design in an exhibition in Brooklyn, New York this past year for ADO, the Design Incubator. ADO was great to work with. They allowed us to create these display podia that show these childlike designs in a bowl or a womb-like context. We shaped them in curved bendy plywood and painted them skin neutral tone to kind of get at some of the ideas of neoteny and childlike morphology. And this exhibition was a bit of an experiment. You know, we wanted to see how people would respond and react to these different objects. And I'm happy to say that the responses were overwhelmingly emotional. One particular attendee of the show came up to us after, I think it was the opening, and told us that one of the pieces, a furry poof, had spoken to her and that she was in love and it had to go home with her. She was 100% serious, and we actually ended up cutting a deal with her and making sure that the object went to her at the end of the show. So it's clear that, you know, these things do have an immediate emotional effect on us. But whereas neoteny is confined to childlike morphology, cuteness and cute studies is much broader and all-encompassing. There's so many different aspects of cute. We can't get into all of them today, so I'll touch on just a few as they relate to our work. I like to start with this comparison because it's one of the best illustrations of how to start making real-world objects cuter. On the left, you've got a plaster cast of an artist's hand, and on the right, you've got a Japanese porcelain glove mold. It's particularly apt in this moment because we're all wearing rubber gloves during the pandemic when we go outside. And the plaster cast of the hand is obviously very specific. It's related to some guy or gal, John or Jane Doe, whereas the Japanese glove mold is universal. It's not specific. There's a loss of surface texture and a smoothing aspect that makes it more cartoon-like and more lovable. You know, the hand on the left is kind of scary, and the one on the right is very lovable. It's adorable. We took some of these same ideas into our first collection that Jumbo did as a studio. On the left, you've got Paul Kierholm's PK12 chair from 1964, which is made from a 0.8-inch diameter tube steel from which the seat is suspended. We used a considerably heftier steel tube when we designed our neotenic lounge. It's a 4.5-inch diameter tube steel, which is closer to a thighs proportion. And we actually went to the extent where we rounded the feet, which was very excruciating and costly. But we did it for this childlike effect. We really wanted to push this idea of a childlike nature to the object. I like to show this image because we're pairing here our neotenic chair with an emoji, because emojis really are the currency of today. You know, a lot of times in school we're taught that design is about storytelling, but Manling and I would argue that in today's society we don't, you know, tell stories in words. We tell stories in texts, and when we tell stories in text, we often do it in emojis instead of characters. And the reason we do that is because an emoji can convey an idea or a simple or simplistic thought in a very emotional and emotive way. We want our work to work that way as well. We're known as a very colorful studio, and color always plays a role in our projects. There's about saturated color, which is tied with the cube. For our neotenic collection, we did a chair, and we did several different iterations of the light form. And we rendered these objects in reflective automotive paint. We did that for two reasons. One, it's very shiny and it looks new. And two, you can get food associations from it. We painted these objects to resemble Italian eggplant, that sort of surface depth that's really interesting, and It kind of triggers a biological association because we're so prone to, having certain feelings about foods that we wanted to make that present in our work. And we brought in our scenography because after all, who doesn't like McDonald's French fries? This past year, we were invited to participate in Nomad Circle in Venice. And it's a little bit humbling to take glass pieces to Murano, which is the historic home of glass craftsmanship in the entire world. So instead of trying to lead with heroic objects, we decided to go with cuter and weaker objects, objects that are a little bit deflated, like our apple vase, or melting, like our chocolate vase, or even liquefying, like our cherry vases. Maybe they look like they're a couple days too old. And we think there's a magic or a poetry in imperfect objects. We want them to look new and shiny, but we also want them to elicit our sympathy. And cuteness is very closely tied to sympathy. This past year, we also went to Buenos Aires for what's known as Quick Tiny shows with Chamber Gallery. And we didn't have a lot of time to prepare or a lot of resources to throw at the project. So we went for universal materials which we could manipulate to create furniture objects. These pictures are of trash foam mattress toppers in Brooklyn, New York. We took this idea and played it out in our dumb lounge chair, which is basically an 8-inch mattress topper, which has been skewered with 3 pieces of all thread and screwed together. And it's been sprayed with a fluid applied waterproofing membrane. And we encouraged the spray finisher to do it what he thought was badly. We told him to concentrate on getting an orange peel finish, which a good spray finisher doesn't want to do. It's where the surface gets mottled and the paint kind of gloms up. It's what spray finishers try to avoid, and we told him to push it because we wanted to create that illusion of orange peel in the final object. This is our dumber bench. It's shaped like an accordion. It's made from a huge, I want to say a 40 or 50-foot roll of foam, and it's also skewered and squished together. So there's what Konrad Lorenz would refer to as a springy and elastic quality to this piece that makes it a little endearing, even when rendered in black. This is the lion image from that Quick Tiny show I mentioned earlier. And just so everyone understands, we called these pieces Dumb and Dumber because we fundamentally believe as a studio that art and design doesn't need to be sophisticated to warrant our attention. It can be saccharine and sweet and maybe even stupid and still create a really strong positive and emotional response. We've been in quarantine for the past 3+ months, same as all of you, and we decided to do a collection associated with what those feelings were like during that time. And we decided to use nostalgia, which is another aspect of cuteness, to sort of push the ideas of the things that suddenly were incredibly critical, like a mop, and those that we miss, like our sports sofa. This particular piece is overstuffed, like a boxing glove, and it seemed like a tennis ball. It's upholstered in day-glow neoprene that kind of suggests a wetsuit. And we really wanted to get at the idea of everything that we were missing outside, playing with friends, getting outdoors during this time. Our hung mirror is basically bolted to the wall. And it looks like it's pulling off those bolts. And it pulls plaintively on the ground as if it was toilet paper that was pulled a little bit too eagerly. It's made out of polished aluminum and bent on a die. So this leads to another cute concept that we want to share with you, which is when we invest inanimate objects with human characteristics like anger or sadness, or in this case, vanity, as the chair looks at itself, we begin to sense personhood in these objects, and they become much more relatable to us, much more immediate. And they become that much more compelling. This is our fortune chair. During quarantine, we've eaten a lot of takeout Chinese food, And our favorite part of the meal is always the fortune cookie at the end. We wanted to sort of employ that morphology in this chair. It's made from a 3D print. It's a large-scale 3D print that then gets cast in aluminum, sanded, and anodized to deep green. It's a challenging chair to make. The first time we prototyped our squiggle vessel a few months ago, Mondling squealed in delight, which is interesting because scientists believe that when we are making cute sounds, cooing sounds, baby sounds, it doesn't necessarily mean what Konrad Lorenz thought it did, meaning that instead of issuing a surge of nurturing, it actually is probably indicative of a releasing of anxiety and judgment, indicating a playful state more than a caregiving one. And that's important to us because in this moment where we're all facing a history of systemic racism, of climate change, and of worldwide pandemic and disease, we think it's nice to sort of put away the drama of the day by surrounding ourselves with cute and effective objects so that we can dispense a little bit with our anxiety and relax a little bit in the comfort of the objects in our homes. Thanks very much. I hope you guys take care, and I'll look forward to seeing you in the world very soon. Bye now.
I don't know, is it started? Where's the chat? Only 5 participants, so right.
No, they haven't.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Rocks and Other Things, 2 recent projects.
No, it's okay.
Okay, go to the next one. This is a house. It is full of rocks and other things. It is isolated. It is a place to be isolated. It is connected and a place to be connected. It is generic and vernacular in part, an almost familiar farmhouse. It is neutral and gray, galvanized siding, and a standard concrete floor. It is cheap. It is rough, not slick. The house is made of 5 equal rooms or volumes that come together. They are interrupted by a courtyard, a void that deletes their center. Volumes and elements are symmetrical and asymmetrical. Spaces and surfaces rotate and shift. Rooms are scattered, pulled apart by the void. They are places to sleep, cook, eat, read, make art, and make music. Circulation spaces around the courtyard are living areas, places to rest that blend together. There are nearly no interior doors. The courtyard is a garden full of plants, vegetables, flowers, and color and life. Children play there. The house is a grocery store. It is a school, now that schools are closed. It is an office, now that offices are closed. The house is a veterinary, taking care of dogs and animals. The house is a hospital to restore and recover one's health. The house sits entirely on one level. Older people can walk there and age in place. They can go outside and inside through many windows and doors. It looks inwards and outwards simultaneously. One sees plants and trees and animals and rocks, along with chairs and benches and beds. Colors float, objects float, rocks float, people float. They see each other. They see rocks and other things. They see life displayed. Housing with an educational center. It is full of rocks and other things. It is isolated, a place to be isolated. It's connected and a place to be connected. It is vernacular in part. It has multiple vernaculars made of common construction systems, masonry blocks, wood framing, adobe, and metal. It is cheap. It is rough, not slick. You approach, there is a large sign that reads Laboratorio de Vivienda. The educational center sits next to an existing parking lot. It is the entrance. There is no main entrance, but many lightly glazed block that looks pink in the sunset. It has square openings. It is a long building. There are 4 equal rooms, cafe, gallery, auditorium, offices. It is a place for people to discuss their world or the world. There is a garden on the roof. There are large cylinder skylights and square voids between the rooms. It is the viewing platform and the backdrop to 32 houses designed by various architects. The educational center is like an edge, a wall with many holes in it. It helps frame the place. It makes spaces for people to gather, discuss, study, debate housing and community. It is a garden with houses in it. People stay in the houses. They think about houses inside the houses. They reconsider and imagine workers' housing. They struggle with the problems of sameness and difference, the problems of repression and economy. They want these inanimate things to be alive. The houses float. Colors, materials, objects, and rocks float within the landscape. People float. They see each other. They see rocks, and they see displayed. Thank you.
That's it.
That's the end.